Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest live stream. I do hope everybody's having a good afternoon so far. We do have a lot to talk about in this live stream. Obviously, there is a pretty large severe weather event that's going to be taking place in the Midwest and the Ohio Valley tonight. There are two different enhanced risks of severe weather. We do have one near the Chicago area, and then another one that's back down in areas like southern Indiana, southern Illinois, back into southern Ohio, and northern Kentucky. Two completely different risks overall, because we're dealing with more of elevated thunderstorms back over in parts of northern Illinois over the next few hours. Those are more capable of significant hail. So we're going to be talking about the potential for upwards of 2 to 3 inch diameter hail. I wouldn't even rule out some hail closer to 4 inches in diameter with this particular severe weather setup. And then on the flip side of things, we also have a tornado risk that is going to be really starting to increase as we go into the late evening across areas like southern Indiana, southern Ohio, southern parts of Illinois, and back into northern Kentucky. And we're going to be discussing all the aspects of this event and also what is happening on radar right now, because we do have a severe thunderstorm already just east of Davenport. We'll be breaking that down for you here in just a second. But before we get too far into this, I do want to mention that today's live stream is brought to you by Radar Omega. That is the weather app that we'll be using for this entire live stream. So if you want to check it out, it is the top link in the description below. It's an all-in-one weather app with the radar, the satellite imagery, has tons of computer models that you can use. It's a very customizable weather app for your iOS or Android device. The link is at the top of the description. Make sure to check that out, and I do appreciate Radar Omega for sponsoring today's live stream. And also, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. All right, let's hop right into what's happening right now, and then I'll give you a forecast overview, timing, and all that sort of stuff. Beginning with the one severe storm that we have ongoing right now. This storm has blown up over the last 5 to 10 minutes. This thing is really rapidly developing, and we just have a very favorable environment here for there to be storms to fire up like this one back over in western Illinois. This severe storm right now is capable of damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour, in addition to the threat of ping-pong ball-sized hail. Notice right now we do have a hail core that is just off to the east of the Kelowna area and Davenport, pretty rural areas overall here in parts of western Illinois. This will be continuing to move to the east, but with that being said, a lot of these thunderstorms that are going to be developing back up in northern Illinois are primarily going to be hail producers, and this storm in particular is not any exception to that. This storm right now is already producing the threat of some golf ball sized hail, potentially even greater than that, as this storm continues to blow up. Let's go over to the velocities. And as of right now, I'm not seeing really a whole lot of rotation on this particular storm. I do think the majority of the storms in northern Illinois will not be really that tornadic, at least up until about, I would say, 7 o'clock or so tonight. I think that tornado threat will increase as these storms move into a more favorable environment back over near the Chicago suburbs. So if you're in the Chicago area, be very mindful of tonight and anywhere in this tornado watch. In fact, make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts. Don't just rely on this live stream. Don't just rely on another live stream. Have multiple ways. That's like a weather radio, potentially your TV. If you have cable, it's always a good idea to have that on when there is some severe weather ongoing and get alerts that way. Your phone is obviously the primary way to get alerts, so just make sure you have multiple ways to get alerts tonight and have a tornado action plan in place. If you don't know where your safe place is, like your shelter, you're going to definitely want to make sure that you have something, whether that is a basement, which that's obviously usually the best way unless you have a storm shelter, or an interior room in your home or building. Those are the areas that you want to be in if you are under a tornado warning tonight. Now, we are under a tornado watch, which is different from a warning. This just means that the conditions are favorable for there to be tornadoes, and right now we do not have any tornado warnings, so there's no reason to be in your safe place unless you're back in this severe thunderstorm warning. And obviously be away from windows with hail like this, because wind can also drive hail into windows. So if you're in like the Tampico area back over near 92, you should stay away from windows at the bare minimum. But obviously if you're under a tornado warning, that is when you want to have that safe place in place before a tornado warning hits, so you're not panicking last second. Speaking of this tornado watch, we do have a tornado watch for about another 5 hours or so. This goes until 10 o'clock Central Time. So this goes into northwest Indiana, southeast Wisconsin, and northern parts of Illinois. And this is going to be primarily for the concern, again, of large to very large hail. There will be some damaging winds, and there will also be a chance for a few tornadoes. And speaking of tornadoes, let's go to the latest Storm Prediction Center update here. All right, so here's the latest update from the Storm Prediction Center. We do have an enhanced risk of severe weather now from about Milwaukee all the way back into the Chicago suburbs. And there is a new feature with this, and it's not just the hail threat, which is the main concern, but there's also an increased tornado threat. We actually now have a hatched area here. Anywhere in this hatched area, the yellow circled area, the shaded area here, from about Joliet back into Aurora and also into eastern Illinois. This is our new 10% hatched area. What does this mean? Well, there's a chance for a strong tornado tonight. Yes, that is a possibility. Obviously not something you should be panicking about, but it is something you should be weather aware about, because we do have a favorable environment here for if there are any storms that fire up in this particular area. The shear is strong enough. We do have enough moisture now that there could potentially be an isolated strong tornado. But anyway, we do have a tornado threat outside of this, and this all goes up into even Wisconsin and into Michigan, where there is at least a low-end threat of a tornado. Our other tornado region is going to be back further down to the south. So southern Illinois, southern Indiana, back into southwest Ohio. This is our other hatched area of tornadoes. I don't know if I'll be live all the way through this particular severe weather event, because it is going to be much later. We're talking about 9 o'clock and afterward until we actually start to see some storms really fire off in here. And I'll show you the future radar in just a moment to give you an idea of what we're talking about. But we will be live through the Chicago severe weather event, because this one is really imminent. I mean, we're going to be talking about this probably for the next 3 to 4 hours with storms firing off already. They're going to continue to intensify over the next few hours and really expanding coverage. But this is the other area to watch for the threat of strong tornadoes. Again, by no means is this something to panic about. Obviously, a tornado hitting your home is a very low chance to begin with. But with that being said, you should have a tornado action plan in place, because if you are under a tornado warning, that means you are at threat to be potentially hit by a tornado. So you want to make sure you're in an interior room of your home or building, away from windows, basement, storm shelter, again, an interior room like your bathroom. Those are the best places to be. So have that preparedness plan in place if you're back down further down to the south. But obviously, if you're in the Chicago area, this is a new hatched area. This was issued a few hours ago by the Storm Prediction Center, and this does mean that we have a chance for an isolated strong tornado. But again, the main concern up here in the Chicago suburbs is actually going to be hail. So if you have a car outside, and if you're anywhere in this hatched area, which by the way, the hatched area is really large, and that means that the potential for hail greater than 2 inches is possible, meaning 2 inches in diameter or greater hailstones is possible anywhere that you see these hatched lines, which include the Chicago suburbs, include southwest Michigan, it includes areas in Indiana, and even back into Kentucky. So definitely make sure that you are protecting your vehicle tonight and any outdoor plants. Another good reminder, because there is a threat of damaging winds, the damaging wind threat also exists tonight. We have all modes of severe weather being possible with this particular setup. The main concern for damaging winds will be with the southern mode of severe weather. So from about southeast Missouri back into Ohio, that is where we have the greatest concern for damaging winds. That means flying trampolines are possible. So definitely make sure that you have your trampolines hatched down. Make sure you're protecting any outdoor plants, all that sort of stuff, because this area in particular will definitely be more concerning for the damaging wind threat, as we'll have more clusters of storms basically marching across this area. And all the storms, for the most part, back up near Chicago will be elevated. So these ones will be more of a hail producers with maybe an isolated tornado. But again, anywhere near that warm front near Interstate 55 and 57, we might see an isolated tornado there as well that could be strong. So a lot of things to watch out for tonight, obviously. Let's go to the future radar. We'll go to the computer models here. And we'll do the most recent HRR model run. I need to take off some of these overlays real quick. Let's go to... Here we go. All right, here's the future radar for tonight. So storms overall already firing up. It's 5 o'clock, just about to be 5 o'clock now. We already have a storm out there east of Davenport. The HRR model did not pick up on this in the most recent run, so just keep that in mind. By 6 to 7 o'clock, though, storms will really be firing off in the Chicago suburbs. And again, this is the main reason why we're going to be live tonight, is this activity here, obviously impacting a very densely populated area. But with that being said, these storms will be really big hail producers. I mean, we're talking about the potential for some 3 to 4 inch diameter hail tonight out of an isolated storm or two. So you definitely, again, want to make sure you're prepared. Make sure you protect your vehicle at the bare minimum tonight. By 8 to 9 o'clock, these storms are still rolling through the Chicago area and in southeast parts of Wisconsin. By about 9 o'clock, the storms are moving over into the Great Lakes. The only remaining storms by this point will probably be up in southeast Wisconsin, perhaps just north of Chicago. These will still be mainly hail producers. There could still be an isolated tornado. By 10 o'clock, Illinois, for the most part, is done, unless you're back down in southern Illinois, where that tornado threat will start to ramp up. Back over in Michigan, storms around 10 to 11 o'clock tonight will be moving to the north and east, mainly damaging winds after this, perhaps a couple of storms that are still producing some significant hail. And then back further down to the south, this severe weather threat that's going to be ongoing across areas in Missouri and as well as back into Indiana, southern Illinois, and southwest Ohio will really not begin until about 9 or 10 o'clock tonight. And we'll be watching for multiple different sets of storms. All of them will pretty much be clustered together, and these will be the ones to watch for different various threats, including damaging winds that could exceed 70 70 miles per hour in some cases, in addition to some large hail, and as well as maybe a few tornadoes, and a couple of those, again, could be strong tonight. Once we go closer to about 10 o'clock or so, this is 10 to 11, notice the storms continue to move quickly to the east. There will be a few storms in central and southern Illinois, just east of St. Louis. Those will continue to move to the east around about 10 to 11 o'clock tonight, and then also near Columbus and Bloomington, a couple of different areas to watch for still. And if this is a big if there is a cap erosion, basically meaning that the lid in the atmosphere is basically taken off, for storms to be able to develop back over in central Illinois, back into northern Indiana, this is our wild card area. And I say that because this is an area that we really don't know what is going to happen. We might see an isolated storm develop, like a discrete supercell, and if that does happen, that could be capable of a strong tornado. So this will be an area to watch for in particular tonight, because we could get something long tracked, but obviously if that happens, it's a big question mark. We might not see anything, we might see a storm or two, and if it happens, obviously it would be pretty isolated threat, because we're only going to be talking about maybe 1 or 2 storms. It's a big question mark. There is still capping in place, but if that cap goes away, there will definitely be a chance for an isolated supercell. And with temperatures in Chicago, for example, in the low 70s today, it is definitely possible. I mean, we have temperatures that are so high right now. Let's go to the temperature map here. We'll just do it on the HR model here. I can find it. The temperature difference is crazy, though. Over in Chicago, by the way, the temperatures will go from 72 degrees for the high temperature today. Tomorrow's high temperature in Chicago will be 29, and there will be snow tomorrow morning, which is obviously crazy to think about. And it's like, I mean, it's like seeing a state trooper on the highway. Obviously, you want to slow down, going from 72 to 29. This is what we're looking at in terms of the temperatures going into tonight. Let's go to right now, though, or so. This is about 5 o'clock. Notice the sharp temperature difference. This is your cold front right here. That is crazy. It's 74 near Davenport. If you go near Des Moines, it's down below freezing. It's actually 37 just east of there. Near Des Moines, it's about 32. So we have a crazy temperature difference here, and all this warm air is being lifted up to the north from the strong low pressure system. Lots of moisture in the atmosphere. We have a pretty good amount of shear, so a lot of ingredients basically are in place here for there to be severe weather. Even back into the Great Lakes, by the way, we're in the mid to low 40s right now in the water, and the water is just so cold there. I mean, we're near freezing for some of these temperatures in the water, so obviously seeing low 70s inland is just really crazy. Even in St. Louis, by the way, it's about 80 degrees today. It got pretty warm there. I think it got to 83 if I'm not mistaken. So but yeah, that's what we're looking at in terms of tonight. Again, we'll be live here for the majority of this event, so make sure that you are subscribed to the channel, and also make sure that you like the stream, and we'll be keeping you posted with the latest. Alrighty. By the way, this is the severe storm that we have ongoing in western Illinois. Right now, this storm is moving to the east, going through Tampico. This is currently producing golf ball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This is a storm that is intensifying, so this will definitely be something to watch for. Connor Croft storm chasing with us tonight. He is at the bottom right of your screen. He is, I believe, in northeast Illinois right now, so I'm guessing he's probably going to be tracking either toward this area, or he might stay back down where all the other storm chasers are right now, back over in eastern Illinois. So we'll kind of see what happens there. But a pretty large hail core right now back over near Tampico, and that's going to continue to move to the east over the next several minutes. Just seeing if there's any other notes on this. Really, main concern again, golf ball sized hail with this storm, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's larger. Correlation coefficient not picking up really on much hail detection here, and also we don't really have much rotation with this storm, so just keep that in mind. This is not really a favorable environment quite yet, I would say, for a tornado. Even though it's possible, I do think it's going to be a lower threat up here, mainly due to the fact we're talking about these storms being more elevated. Those struggle a little bit more with developing into a tornado risk. But with that being said, again, there still could be a tornado. But the hail probabilities are increasing if you're back over just south of the Rockford area. We will be watching that closely. All right. Just getting the golf clubs out. It's an interesting day to go golfing. It's actually a pretty nice day, obviously, if you think about it. If you've been outside at all, obviously temperatures are beautiful. We're talking about temperatures in the low to mid 70s. It's fantastic weather when it comes to outdoor activities, but when you talk about the severe weather threat, it's not. What's the DBZ for the Tampico storm? Let's see. It is currently about 73. So yeah, that's definitely very heavy rain at the bare minimum, but it's definitely producing some level of hail here. I will check to see if we have any hail reports coming in. It's a pretty rural area here of Illinois. I believe that, let me check this real quick. I think the hailstone size today could go up to apple-sized hail. I think that's what the or the National Weather Service said, or at least Storm Prediction Center. I'll check real quick. New severe thunderstorm warning was just issued for eastern parts of Davenport. This is in the Kelowna area and Geneseo area. Might not be saying the name right, but that is the area that we're looking at for the potential for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour and half-dollar sized hail. Did somebody confirm with me? It was apple-sized hail, maximum size, right? I can't remember. I saw it earlier. I know 3.5 inches in diameter is like the maximum hailstone size for today. By the way, if you have any questions, feel free to leave those in the chat. We will be getting to some of those. By the way, thank you, Mystic, for becoming an 18-month minimum velocity member. That is insane. You've been here for a year and a half. I appreciate your support, Mystic. Thank you. Beginning of tornado season. We're at the start. I mean, if it wasn't already evident, this is basically the start of tornado season. Not for the Midwest, by the way. This is obviously rare to begin with. We don't see stuff like this hardly ever. It's a very rare event. Has it happened before? Sorta. I mean, we've seen things like this happen before, even in this time of the year, but this is definitely not your typical, you know, severe weather event in February. We usually see severe weather much further down to the south. So this isn't something that we see very often, and that's why a lot of you are probably caught by surprise here. Obviously not really expecting severe weather. So usually the southern plains is seeing severe weather this time of the year, at least going into March. March to early June is usually the severe weather season there, and Midwest is usually not until the summer. So again, pretty surprising. Thank you, John, for the 317. Cadillac, Michigan area tomorrow morning. Let me figure out where that is real quick. That northern? Yeah, if you're up there, you're looking at the potential for a little bit of snow and even a little bit of ice. So I don't expect a whole lot of accumulation, but you might see about 1 to 2 inches of snow. Also, a little bit of ice is possible. Thank you, MIG, for the $10 super chat. I am from Illinois, 45 minutes northeast of Peoria. Y'all be safe. Yes, the Peoria area, actually, in particular, just northeast of there. This will be an area to watch for. Again, it's a little bit more of a wild card area, in my opinion. I say wild card as a term to basically say we don't know. We don't know if there's going to be a storm here. No, really, nobody does, because the environment right now is capped off. But if that cap gets lifted off, there could be an isolated discrete supercell that fires off here. And if that happens, that could produce potentially a strong tornado. So that's going to be something to watch for. And that is why there is currently a 10% hatched area that was issued by the Storm Prediction Center. Notice that this entire area near Ottawa is included in that. So Ottawa back into Joliet, Aurora, and back into northwest parts of Indiana. How many waves of storms should we expect today? And thank you for the 199, Justin. Main concern, really, in terms of waves of storms, we'll probably really just have one in the northern Illinois area. So this area is primarily going to be just one wave. That wave, though, will probably last a couple of hours in some spots, especially if we get a train of storms going like we have right now. If they kind of keep going west to east, let's just say this storm's moving west to east, we got another one forming behind that. Those will last potentially an hour or two because it's just like a train. But back further down to the south, in areas like Kentucky, back into this area, that's more of a nighttime threat. We're talking more about a couple of rounds of storms. So if you're back over in Ohio, you'll probably get 1 or 2 rounds, and that would be the main round, the first one, and then the second one would be a little bit less concerning because we already have a lot of the instability used up in that area. Cloudy in Illinois, or sorry, cloudy in northern Indiana. Is that a good thing? Not always. I mean, in some cases it is. I would say for northern Indiana in particular it is, because it's kind of it's still keeping the environment capped off from really developing any supercells. Unfortunately, the visible satellite imagery is going away because we are going into the nighttime. But let's go to the infrared imagery. And you'll see there, back up in northern Indiana, we have plenty of cloud cover here, all across South Bend and Portage, and this should keep the environment capped off for quite a while. And as long as we don't get a whole lot of sunshine, I think this area will be okay. I still would be weather aware because there is still a chance for an isolated severe storm, but again, the overall threat right now would be on the lower side of things. It's a bit more of a wild card area. We don't know if something's going to happen here. If something does, it could potentially be a bit more dangerous, but the likelihood of us seeing that still is on the lower side of things if you're up in northern Indiana. Thank you, Epic, for the 199. How bad are we looking in Jasper, Indiana? And what time? Jasper will be closer to around 9 p.m. to 1 a.m. If you're anywhere down here in the south, so in the secondary tornado risk, or really it's really the primary area, but I mean, as in like later tonight, this one will be the second area that we're watching. This one will not be until about 9 to 1 o'clock, so it'll be a bit more of a late night into the overnight hours. And again, the main thing I'm going to be covering in this live stream will be this event. I will still be, you know, if anything forms when I'm live, I will definitely be talking about the southern tornado risk there, but the main thing we'll be covering is this, because I probably will not be able to stay live all the way through midnight. I think it's a bit of a stretch tonight, but we'll at least be live all the way through Chicago and all that sort of stuff. Thank you, D, for the $4.99. I appreciate it. Let me get to chat real quick. What's up with Chicago? Chicago will be seeing some elevated storms later tonight. I do think the hail threat is definitely a bit more concerning if you are in the Chicago suburbs. Definitely be mindful, again, protect your vehicle. That is the best thing that you can do tonight, because these storms will be packing a punch when it comes to hail. We have a very cold atmosphere aloft, and that's going to allow for some large hailstorms to develop. And we already have some of that near Tampico, excuse me. This area was just warned a moment ago for up to golf ball size hail. It's back down to $half size. Same thing with the Kelowna area, and the same thing just south of Davenport. Thank you, Peyton, for the $5 super chat. What kind of risk are we looking at for the south side suburbs of Chicago? Main concern will be large to very large hail, up to 3 inches in diameter. There is still going to be a chance there for an isolated tornado. We still have at least a low threat for a strong tornado, and that strong tornado risk is really where all these storm chasers are right now. So if you see a storm chaser in your neighborhood, that's not always a good sign, but we have multiple down there near Interstate 57. And you can watch these, by the way, on the Radar Omega app, and if you want to download this weather app, which that's what we're going to be using this entire live stream, you can check it out with the top link in the description below on iOS and Android. Thank you, Sandy, for the $9.99. I appreciate your generosity. Thank you. Let's check this out real quick. Interestingly enough, so StormNet is a project that was made recently, and it gives you like an hour-by-hour look sort of at the tornado probabilities and hail probabilities and all that. And in the most recent scan here, we would be looking at this area in particular for some significant hail to be developing over the next hour. The probabilities are actually quite high right now of seeing some significant hail. So if you're back over in this area in particular, with this particular supercell, maybe even these two, these will be the ones to watch for the greatest threat of hail over the next hour or two. And again, these are all tracking to the east. I'll put this in motion here. The good news is these aren't really rotating right now, but the bad news is we have a lot of hail coming out of them. So that'll definitely be something to watch for. We might actually have a little bit of rotation trying to develop near Kelowna. But other than that right now, the main concern right now with these storms is currently large hail. These elevated supercells. Storm back over near Aledo in Illinois is now warned for up to ping pong ball sized hail, by the way. And then the other storm's still $half size. It's the latest on these two storms. All right, let me go back to chat here. Thank you, Ethan, for the $4.99. When will the storms hit? I don't know how to say that name. I'll see if I can find something nearby. Oh, that's just north of Chicago. If you're north of Chicago, really anywhere in the Chicago area, your best chance to see storms will be between about 7 to 9. That is the best chance. Anywhere in the Chicago suburbs. I'm talking Aurora and the DeKalb area a little bit earlier, between 6 to 8 is a better shot at seeing storms. If you're in Chicago, Evanston, back into northeast Illinois, you definitely have a better chance within the next, or not really within the next 3 hours, but about, you know, between about 7 to 9. That'll be your best chance. Oh, by the way, if you haven't already noticed, I put this in my videos, but back here, I can't point on my camera. There we go. Right up in there, that is our YouTube play button. It'll be there for now on. It actually looks good in that spot, I think. So we just hung that up yesterday. When do I expect the first tornado warning? I honestly don't think we'll have a tornado warning unless this storm gets going, which it has a little bit of something. Back over near Kelowna. Let me check this out a little bit more here. Not really much. This storm is definitely more hail, but I do think the better shot of seeing a tornado, like the first tornado warning, will probably be around 7 Central. I think once these storms get closer to this area, that threat will increase. I think this is a bit more of a region that has more shear, and it's also a bit more of a favorable environment in general. There's more moisture as well available out here for there to potentially be an isolated tornado or two. So Chicago suburbs would definitely be on alert for that. And then again, if we get some sort of storm that fires off down here near Interstate 57, that area in particular will probably also see an isolated tornado threat develop, which I have a little bit more confidence that there will be a storm down here that develops, mainly due to the fact we do have a lot of sunshine bursting out there. This is the satellite, the visible satellite. We are getting close to nighttime, so it's hard to see these now, but these are your supercells that are developing on the visible satellite imagery. And let's go back over to the infrared. There's that infrared imagery, and all that green that you're seeing here, that is all clear skies. So we have a lot of that right now that's developing across areas in eastern Illinois, and that's going to allow for more instability to develop, and that will eventually lead to the potential for some severe weather. If we get any storms that fire off here, any sort of convection that boils up here, if a storm does fire off near the Urbana area or Bloomington, that particular storm will be capable of some significant severe weather. So this, again, area will be something to watch for. That you live for the 499. Will Avon, Indiana be okay? I would still be staying weather aware if you're in Avon. The threat overall is a little bit lower there, but I would still stay weather aware. Obviously, no reason to be panicking. There's no reason to be worried. Just make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts and a tornado action plan in place. There's really no reason to be scared, guys. I can't stress that enough. I know severe weather sounds scary, and for those that have been hit by a tornado before, obviously, it's definitely, it's nerve-wracking, but the chances of you seeing a tornado tonight, they're still very low. I mean, getting a tornado in your exact location is a very legitimately low chance of happening, just due to the fact tornadoes are usually pretty isolated. They're not, in most cases, they're much less than a mile wide, so the damage is usually confined to a small area. And with that being said, the tornado threat isn't high. I mean, we're not talking about a 60% tornado risk from the Storm Prediction Center. We're talking about a 10% risk in a 25-mile radius. And with that being said, in a 25-mile radius, a 10% chance. If we're talking about a 2.5-mile radius, it's like a 1% chance, if that. It might even be lower than that. I'm trying to think of math here, but you got my idea here. I mean, basically, again, the chance of that happening is still very, very low. But with that being said, you still want to have multiple ways to receive alerts and a tornado action plan in place in case there is a warning in your location, because it's entirely possible. It very well is. Thank you to Anthony for the $5 super chat. I'm extremely novice at reading radar. Are we using high or low pressure to see where the moisture is forming? I'm not entirely sure what you mean by that question. I think I kind of know what you're trying to refer to, though. So we have a low pressure system, and low pressure is usually, or it's always when we have a lot, the potential for severe weather comes from low pressure systems. We have a strong southerly wind. We have a dynamic setup where we have a dry line, we have a cold frontal boundary that's all in effect, and we also have a warm front somewhere in there. I don't know exactly where it is here, but the warm front is basically somewhere around Chicago, maybe just south of there. And essentially what we're looking at here is all that moisture from the Gulf of Mexico is streaming to the north because of strong southerly winds, and that's allowing for a lot of this moisture and warmer weather. Even some Pacific moisture has kind of gotten involved in this. So that's where a lot of the moisture is coming from. And when we get strong southerly winds in a dynamic setup like this, that can lead to the severe weather potential. And if we go over to the temperatures and the dew points, I'm going to go to the computer models, just makes it a little bit easier here. It actually plots the numbers. These are the temperatures. So notice the temperatures right now in the 70s, the 60s, we got 40s, 30s, 20s behind the cold frontal boundary. But this is what we're basically looking at here in terms of the setup. We have very warm weather for especially this time of the year, and that's obviously going to lead to the potential for more instability and also the potential for severe weather. And the one thing that was a bit in question today, which has kind of come into fruition now, is the dew points. The dew points really need to be in the low 60s for there to be a better chance of some significant severe weather. We have that in some areas. Back down in areas like Cape Girardeau, back south of St. Louis and into southern Illinois and southeast Missouri, those dew points are into the low to mid 60s in some spots. Chicago, back over into like western Illinois, they're around 55, not really going to create a whole lot of buoyancy. But if you're back near Chicago, we have a lot more of the moisture in place. We have dew points now into the low 60s, which is a bit more favorable there for there to be a bit more buoyancy, and that could create, again, an isolated, significant, severe weather event in this area. So that's what we're talking about the setup. I'm guessing that's what you meant. If not, just let me know. Thank you, Huck, for the $4.99. How does Barrington, Illinois look? Barrington, Illinois. Davenport should be okay, by the way. If you're in Davenport, Illinois, the storms are east of you. You should stay in a safe place, though. Do not, go outside, because lightning can strike from a distance, and we definitely have lightning here. But these storms are east of you, and I don't think we're going to see another storm after this in Davenport. That frontal boundary is about to move through that area. All right, where was this area? Barrington. What was the question? I forgot. Barrington in particular is mainly going to be a hail concern. Again, maybe an isolated tornado. If you're back up northwest of Chicago there, the timing is between 7 and 9 p.m. tonight. By the way, there have been a lot of super chats, a lot of questions in chat. I'm trying to get to all of them. Again, I'm one person with 3,700 people watching, so just keep that in mind. There's a lot of stuff here. Thank you, C, for the $20 super chat. Thank you very, very much, by the way. That's very generous. Can you check the Belvedere, Illinois area? Maybe we pronounced that right. I don't know. All right, this is over near Rockford. That area also, you are in the tornado watch. Storms may or may not hit you. They might just stay south of you, but regardless, be prepared for hail more than anything. You'll be more of a hail threat than a tornado risk for sure. More of a hail concern up there. Definitely, again, make sure you're protecting your vehicle tonight. Flint, Michigan. Flint, Michigan is going to be more in the ballpark of hail and damaging winds, but it's going to be a more conditional threat. As storms roll into your area around 8, 9, 10 o'clock, even anywhere really in Michigan, I'm talking central or southern Michigan, your main concern will be damaging winds up to about 65 miles per hour and perhaps hail up to golf ball size. That is about it. There's a very isolated tornado risk that could transpire on the southern side of the state, but I think it'll stay very low overall. New severe thunderstorm warning was just issued for Dixon, Mount Morris, and the Rochelle area. This is for ping pong ball sized hail and 60 mile per hour damaging winds. This will be going toward Interstate 39, and it's riding right along Interstate 88. And obviously we are in rush hour, so this makes things just a little bit more hectic if you're anywhere along this roadway. Again, no rotation right now with really any of these storms. If there is any rotation, it's definitely higher up in the atmosphere. We're not experiencing any right now near the surface, which is good. The tornado risk is going to potentially slightly increase back down in here, by the way, over the next hour. So this particular cell could produce a tornado threat here within the next hour. Another severe thunderstorm warning was just issued. This is because the other warning is about to expire. This one's going to be for the Prophetstown area, Tampico, and Sterling. That's for quarter-sized hail. There's no damaging wind threat right now in that one. So we currently have 5 warnings. We'll be down to 4 again here in a minute. The other one will be expiring. Thank you, Dan, for the generous $9.99. I appreciate that a lot, Dan. Thank you. Thank you, Anthony, again, for the $5 super chat. On my radar Omega, I noticed high and low waves. Yeah, I got what you mean. Yeah. Again, if you're basically whenever we have a cold frontal boundary like that, that's usually where storms fire off unless there's a dry line, and if we have enough moisture, that's when we get severe weather. There's a very detailed synoptic breakdown that you could do to it, but I only have so much time to answer questions. We have so many questions. Thank you, Miss LJ, for the $9.99. What about Columbus, Ohio? Your main concern will be a little bit later tonight. Let's real quickly go back through the future radar. Hopefully I answer a lot of questions in terms of timing here. Let me go to the radar here. This is what we're checking out for tonight. This is around 6 to 7 o'clock. Again, this is actually the latest HRR model run. This looks a lot more accurate. So by around 7 o'clock tonight, storms will be approaching the Chicago suburbs and as well as back into parts of northern Illinois. Again, these storms in particular, mainly going to be hail producers. There's also a chance for some isolated damaging winds. And again, an isolated tornado is possible. By about 8 o'clock, those storms are rolling through Chicago. Our next mode of severe weather will be developing around 8 to 9 o'clock tonight across areas in southern Indiana, southern Illinois, and southeast Missouri. Once we get closer to 9 to 10 o'clock, those storms will continue to ramp up. We'll probably at least get a couple of tornadoes embedded in these clusters of storms, and the main concern when it comes to tornadoes will be that we'll have some embedded tornadoes, meaning a bit more of a QLCS situation where there will be a chance for an embedded tornado or two in these clusters of storms. So those could become rain-wrapped, and obviously it being nighttime, it'll make it very hard to see. Eventually by 11 o'clock, storms moving into Bloomington and eventually toward Columbus, Dayton, and as well as Hamilton. If you're in Columbus, for example, it's more of a hail and damaging wind threat. There could still be an isolated tornado. And by midnight to 1 in the morning, this becomes more linear with mainly damaging winds into the overnight hours. That will be the main concern for tonight. All right, let's go back to the live radar here. Thank you, or Dr. Bean. I was about to say Mr. Bean. Thank you, Dr. Bean, for the $5 super chat. How is Northwest Ohio looking to fare tonight? I think, again, Northwest Ohio is in that wild card area. You might see a storm, you might not. And obviously, the likelihood of you not seeing a storm, or sorry, let me rephrase this. The likelihood of you seeing a storm is much lower than seeing a storm. So, but again, it's still stay weather aware, have multiple ways to receive alerts. If you do see severe weather, it will definitely be after sunset because the sun's already setting, but it'll probably not be for at least a few more hours. By the way, look at the bottom right of your screen right now. That's Connor Croft. We'll go full screen to him real quick. Connor Croft is approaching the storms that are back over here in northwest parts of Illinois. Very impressive view right there of all the cumulonimbus clouds. Obviously very ominous and dark skies. The sun is setting within the next hour or so. And by the way, daylight savings is in 12 days. So we'll be springing ahead, which is exciting. Like late sunsets. Pretty impressive view though. Lots of chasers in Chicago. Yes, there are. There is a ton of chasers. I've never seen so many tweets for a severe weather event on Twitter. Not even the high risk that we had last year. I've never seen so many. I mean, I saw a ton of storm chasers talking about this event. Thank you, C, again for another very generous $20 super chat. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I totally understand the fear of severe weather, by the way, and storms in general. It's obviously one of those things that is very much scary. I grew up with that, you know, when I was 3, 4, 5 years old or whatever. I'd be scared as heck with storms. I mean, like literally, I would like go to my room or whatever, and it was a scary time. I obviously outgrew it, and most meteorologists actually do outgrow it. I've talked to a few other meteorologists that had the same fear. They outgrow it. But yeah, it can definitely be scary, especially in like the Midwest, because the Midwest, you see severe storms and you see thunderstorms probably at least once or twice a year, but it's not something that happens every day. If you live in an environment like Texas where you get tons of storms in the spring, you're more used to it. So, thank you, Liam, for the $5 super chat. I love watching your stuff. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Thank you for the congratulations as well. I appreciate that. Thank you. Our play button is behind me. Fun fact. I'll probably keep it there for a while. All right, I caught up on most of the super chats. Let me just double check. Thank you, Joshua, for the $4.99. Jackson, Michigan. Sorry, I missed this from earlier. Jackson, Michigan is mainly damaging winds. Again, an isolated tornado is possible, but I do think the tornado threat in Michigan will be much lower than areas like Illinois and Indiana. Thank you again for your generosity. All right, let me check out the real chat now. Yeah, we had a storm back near Aledo. Goodness gracious. Aledo area that's starting to intensify a little bit. Again, we got multiple storms ongoing, all these primarily elevated, so it's mostly a hail threat, but damaging winds and the tornado threat will also start to increase here soon. Let me check and see the tornado threat here. Yeah, so just east of Davenport, the tornado threat is beginning to increase a little bit, or will increase a little bit over the next hour. It's still a pretty low threat, but these storms will be the ones to watch for. Have a little bit more shear in this area, and these will be the ones to watch for a slightly increasing tornado threat. Not super big by any means, but it's at least increasing a little bit. The more northern mode storms that we have here that are more hail producers, these are not nearly as impressive right now when it comes to a tornado risk. They are much more impressive, though, over the next hour, as they will likely start to increase to a hail threat. Much more concerning hail threat. Again, hail up to apple size is possible tonight with these storms as they move toward Chicago. Thank you, Caleb, for the $4.99. How about Columbus, Indiana? Tornado risk is low to medium in Aurora, Illinois. slush. Columbus is in that, I believe, the hatched area. I believe you're in it. Check. Yeah, you're in the hatched area. So you're in the tornado hatched area. Again, the main concern tonight will be damaging winds, but there will be a chance for an isolated strong tornado in this area. Wherever it happens, it's very unknown. Again, or there might even be a couple, you never know. But with this sort of environment, there will at least be 1 or 2 strong tornadoes somewhere between Cape Girardeau and Hamilton. So just make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts. Thank you again for your super chat. Thank you, Valerie, for the $4.99. I appreciate that. All right, let's go back to the northern mode storms here. We'll go to Connor again here in a few minutes. Cape Girardeau, thank you. Thank you, DK, for the 16 months as a VIP Velocity member. I appreciate that a ton. Appreciate you a lot. Thank you. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for tuning in. Some claps in the chat for DK. That's a huge commitment, by the way. Our highest membership subscription on the channel. Thank you, Sleep, for the $5 super chat. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you. You think Burbank, Illinois will see a tornado? I'm not sure where that exactly is. I'll look in a second. But again, if you're anywhere in this area with a tornado threat, let's say you're in the tornado watch, again, the tornado risk is still not that high, right? And I mean, it's like in the medium sector, right? So there's a medium chance for a few tornadoes, right? But one thing that a lot of people get caught up in is that they're in a 10% hatched area, and that means there's going to be a strong tornado in your neighborhood. That's not what's going to happen in most cases. Again, a tornado happening is a very isolated weather phenomenon. It doesn't happen over 25 miles. You know, one tornado, the most we've ever seen in terms of a width is like 2 miles, right? So you seeing a tornado is still a very relatively low chance, but the reason why we want you to be prepared is because if there is a tornado warning, or if there is a tornado in your vicinity, you're going to want to make sure you have a tornado action plan in place. Get to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor if possible, all that sort of stuff. So I can't stress that enough. Again, the chance of you seeing a tornado in your specific town is so low, but in a more like localized county sort of threat, it's a little bit higher. So just gotta keep that in mind. But the Burbank area, just southwest of Chicago, anywhere in the Chicago suburbs, the tornado threat is still on the low to medium side. Again, more elevated storm activity is expected here, but if any storms are less elevated, then we'll probably at least get an isolated tornado there. Sometime between about 6:30 to 8:30 would be my guess if we have a tornado up that direction. Thank you, Fishing, for the $5 super chat. This is a custom file. I will try to put this in the description of my next video or something. If you want, just remind me on Twitter or something, and I'll try to find wherever the file is, because I made this color table. A friendly reminder, today's live stream is brought to you by Radar Omega. That's the weather app that we're using in this live stream. It has a ton of features, including the live radar feed that we're using right now, satellite imagery, computer models. You can watch storm chasers in the app. There are 3 right here over in Eastern Illinois that you can watch live in the app. They have a ton of cyclone port data, so you can see all the temperature, the dew point, all that sort of stuff. You can download this app with the top link in the description below. Again, I do appreciate Radar Omega for sponsoring today's live stream. Thank you, Bruce, for the $5 super chat. What's the chance of freezing rain in south central Michigan? I will check. I don't think it's that high, though, in south central Michigan. Let me double check. I didn't really do much of a breakdown on the winter weather event in today's video, mainly because it's a very isolated event. You probably will not get really any freezing rain. I would say it's a pretty low chance overall. Any freezing rain will be primarily confined to the northern side of the state. Again, in Michigan. That's what we're talking about. And that tornado threat will start to increase a little bit here over the next hour or so. With these storms that are primarily developing back here. A bit more of a favorable environment as they move toward the Princeton area. And Interstate 80. Let's go to the velocities. Not much rotation right now, but we are starting to see at least a little bit of something developing here. At least a little bit of rotation. And what we're looking at here is the high-resolution velocities radar. What this gives us an idea of is the winds in the atmosphere, the lower atmosphere. So the red represents winds going away from the radar. Green is going toward the radar. We don't really have any sort of crazy rotation here. I can't really give you a great example because we don't have much rotation, but if there were to be some sort of rotation, it'd be down in here, just southwest of Aledo, but it's not much right now, and it's pretty far off from the storm there, but that would be what we're looking at. Let's go back up to the other storm here as well. The Geneseo area, this is also an area that has at least some winds picking up, damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour possible. The Aledo storm has a pretty nasty hail core developing here. Look at this, that white area near 17. That could be upwards of 2-inch diameter hail that's developing there. So definitely be mindful, stay away from windows. Wind-driven hail is entirely possible with this sort of storm, and that could obviously knock into windows. Chat is flying. There's a risk for tornadoes in northern Kentucky tonight. This is the Storm Prediction Center's outlook. Again, it's not really going to start until probably around 8 o'clock or so, and after that. But it's primarily from Louisville back into Evansville and Owensboro. The main concern, again, will be damaging winds. There will also be a chance for a few tornadoes, and again, an isolated tornado or two could be strong. This area in particular will be more of something to watch for tonight. This is more of a QLCS situation where tornadoes will be embedded in the clusters of storms as they continue to move to the east-northeast. But again, I'm honestly, this area in particular, I think the tornado risk will stay a little bit more isolated. I was a little bit surprised with the 10% hatched area, but we'll see. This was an area, in my opinion, when I was forecasting this earlier today, I was a little bit surprised by this hatched area. I'm not nearly as surprised about this one near Chicago. We have a pretty favorable environment up here, but even down here, we definitely have some shear down there. A lot of veering as well in the wind profiles, which will lead to a little bit more rotation in the lower levels, meteorologically. But I was a little bit surprised by that. This one makes a lot more sense to me, though. I do think we're gonna at least have we're at least gonna have 1 or 2 tornadoes in this tornado watch. I almost can guarantee that because of what we have right now with this environment. We have already a ton of storms that are fired off. These actually fired off a little early. These weren't really supposed to fire up until about 6, maybe 7 Central Time. Probably closer to 6 though. And these fired off about an hour and a half early. So. Thank you, Jimmy, for the $4.99. There is no tornado warning in Chicago or anywhere over there. We do not have any active tornado warnings. We have a tornado watch, which is not the same thing. Tornado watch means conditions are favorable for tornadoes, but it does not mean there is a tornado imminently happening. It basically means be weather aware, because if you're under a tornado warning or if you are near a storm, it has a chance to some degree of producing a tornado. Detroit will be mainly damaging winds. All right, let me go over here real quick. Storms are quickly firing off, though. I mentioned that before. These have really rapidly developed here across parts of western Illinois. All these storms that you're seeing on the map, by the way, none of these right now... Oh, there's a tornado warning. A lot of these, though, right now are not actively producing 2-inch plus hail, but there's still a chance for that. All right, we do have a brand new tornado warning that was just issued on the Geneseo tornado warned storm here. Seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. The area of rotation that we need to watch for is right in here. So that's going to be just on the south side of Interstate 80. Make sure that you're seeking shelter immediately away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you are included in this brand new tornado warning. And this is a brand new tornado warning. This includes Atkinson, Anawan, and as well as the Geneseo area. I do believe Connor Croft, our storm chaser, with us at the bottom right of your screen. I'm pretty sure he's going to be approaching this storm at some point down the road. He's actually back over in Ottawa, so he will be probably online for the storm. So we'll have him at the bottom right of your screen. He is currently on the radar, but probably have a view from him here in just a second. Again, the area of rotation that we're the most concerned about here is going to be associated with this area. Again, this storm is moving to the east right now. So again, if you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Away from windows, interior room of your home or building. If you have a storm shelter, it is a good time to get to that place. I didn't think we'd have a tornado warning until about 6. or about 7, and we have a 1 at 5:30. By the way, during all tornado warnings, I do not look at chat a whole lot, just for an FYI. But if you do have photos or videos of these storms, feel free to tweet me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX, and I'll try to relay some of those photos if there's anything kind of crazy happening. But yeah, that rotation, again, is starting to move to the east. It's just on the south side here of Interstate 80. This is a more widespread view of what we're looking at with this supercell. It's going to be going right along Interstate 80 toward Princeton. Ottawa will be in the track of this long term. It's more of an east-northeast moving storm. And a lot of hail is falling with the storm as well. New radar scan should be coming in here in just a second. Geneseo. Thank you, Zachary. All right, here's the latest radar update. Again, this is the area of rotation that we're watching for. It's going to be moving toward Atkinson and Anawan. Again, an Interstate 80 area. Again, make sure that you are seeking shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. This is incredible. Wow. This is the supercell. Those are the overshooting clouds. This is Connor Croft, which, again, this is the tornado-warned cell just to the southeast of Kelowna, east of Davenport, in western Illinois. But that's the view of this storm that we're talking about. That is an incredible view. That's like a portrait. You can see the sun setting on the left side of your screen. But that is the ongoing tornado-warned cell that we're talking about here. He's pretty far away from it, but wow. That is crazy. Again, that tornado threat will start to increase over the next hour or two, and this is the first instance of us seeing that with this particular cell. We have more, by the way, there's a pretty good amount of rotation right now with this storm in the higher levels. I'm not seeing nearly as much, though, at the surface. We definitely have some rotation in, like, the mid-levels, but I'm not seeing nearly as much at the surface, at least when I was looking in the higher elevation on the velocities on my phone. But right now, we don't nearly have as much rotation at the surface. It's a little bit weaker. So, tornado very easily could happen at any time in the next few minutes. We have an environment that's favorable for that. But at this exact time, at least at 5:30, it doesn't seem like we have anything on the ground at this time. But again, that could change over the next few minutes. Welcome back, Joey. Yeah, this is an active tornado warning in western Illinois. This is a zoomed out look at all the storm action. We have multiple supercells currently ongoing. Again, tornado threat will start to increase over the next hour back near Interstate 80. These storms will continue to move to the east over the next several minutes. So again, make sure that you're staying in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building, especially if you are in this tornado warning. This live stream, by the way, if you're wondering how delayed it is, it's delayed by 4 seconds. That's pretty, by the way, TV stations are typically delayed by like 7 or 8 seconds. So just keep that in mind. This is not a very delayed stream. This is like live. I had somebody saying that in chat. So this is pretty, basically the closest that you can get to being live. I can't change the delay, unfortunately. Make it 0. All right, let's go back to the... Yeah, this is what we're looking at right now from a live view. This is about 50 miles to the east or so of this storm. Overshooting cloud tops at the top of your screen. We got the sun setting on the left side of your screen as well. Pretty phenomenal view right now of this tornado-warned cell. With that being said, pretty distant. Obviously, we don't really have any idea of the features with this particular storm, with somebody, you know, being inside of the storm, for example. But this currently, again, is not actively producing a confirmed tornado, but it could at any time. So stay in your safe place, away from windows, on the lowest floor possible. This is about 7 miles north of Cambridge, by the way, Illinois. This is between mile markers 16 and 35 on Interstate 80. And again, this will continue to move to the east over the next several minutes. So stay in your safe place, away from windows, on the lowest floor possible if you're included in this tornado warning. Again, that pocket of rotation that we were talking about just a second ago, it's going to be located right about here. That's the area that we're watching for. That's going to continue to move pretty much it's pretty much paralleling Interstate 80. It might intersect it at some point down the road, but But right now, it's just down to the south of Interstate 80. Atkinson, Anawan are going to be, or Anawan, excuse me, will be the main areas in the track of this. Hoop Pool, if you're on the south side, I would stay in your safe place just in case. But the main imminent areas in the threat of this radar indicated rotation is Atkinson and Anawan. The truck is no longer in the way. This is what it looks like. Better view of it. Sun is setting literally right now. 5:36, I believe, is the sunset here. But that's the Tornadic Supercell right now. And unfortunately, the entire event is basically happening at night, aside from the storms that we have right now. So this being a nocturnal threat, it definitely makes it much harder for some people to be readily, ready for this sort of event. Because, it's nighttime. It's definitely something where people are sleeping sometimes. That's why you always want to have multiple ways to receive alerts if you are in the danger zone, if you would want to call it that. All right, we do have some more rotation, by the way, developing on the other storms back down here to the south. A little bit of rotation right now trying to develop on the storm near Windsor. We'll have to watch that closely. And it looks like we actually have an inflow trying to develop on this particular Tornadic Supercell. Inflow, little hook right there. That could be something to watch for right here. That's going to be just west-southwest of Atkinson. That is not really a good sign. But for now, it looks like the majority of what we're looking at with the wind is right here. That's our wind core as of 5:35 p.m. So a lot of wind right now, definitely some damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour, but might be seeing a little hook trying to develop here. But this hail core is getting very nasty. This storm in particular, I would not be surprised if we have 2+ inch diameter hail falling right now in this area. The DBZ values are super high on this. We're talking 71. I think it was a little bit higher somewhere in here. About 71, 72, 74 actually was right there. But yeah, the DBZ values are pretty high. We definitely have a lot of rain falling right now. So heavy rainfall blanketing the storm anywhere along Interstate 80. In addition to that, we also have some pretty large hail likely falling somewhere embedded there near Interstate 80. And that'll be moving toward Atkinson over the next several minutes. Again, here's a zoomed out look at the storms right now. Tornado warning in effect just east of Davenport. Multiple other storms ongoing near Dixon. These are actually merging, so we'll have to watch this area closely. And then this area back down near the Windsor area is also going to have to be watched. We have a little hook trying to develop on this too. Bit of an inflow, a couple of them here. Neither of those are tornado warned, but that would be the next area to watch for. I live in Atkinson. It's like green out right now. Yeah, that happens with storms like this, especially with hailstorms. Again, if you're in Atkinson, just stay in your safe place. Hunker down. That's the best thing that you can do right now. Atkinson, Anawan, any of those areas. You're going to want to make sure that you're staying in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. Interior room of your home or building. Just ride out the storm. No reason to try to go look outside and see if you can see a tornado, because this tornado, if there is one ongoing, it's likely rain wrapped. It's going to be very difficult to see. There's no reason to try to go look for this. CC, probably until about 10 at least. It's the current plan. A little bit blurry. I'll go back to them when it's not blurry. Oh, I think it just went less blurry. Oh, didn't. Never mind. Again, Connor Croft, bottom right of your screen. He is storm chasing. He's on Interstate 80. I believe he's heading west toward this storm. So we'll keep a close eye on his live stream. He's still quite a distance away right now, but definitely be keeping an eye on him. This is the latest velocity scan. We still have a little bit of rotation trying to develop near Windsor. At least a little bit of something trying to develop. Look at this storm on radar. I don't know if it's updated yet. It hasn't updated yet, but we got a pretty nasty hook developing on this. And then this storm up here, once the reflectivity updates, it looks pretty crazy as well up here. The hook echo is beginning to fire off on this just to the west-southwest of Atkinson. Yeah, we got multiple storms here that we're going to have to be watching for over the next several minutes. We'll wait for the next radar scan. A lot of hail falling, by the way, along Interstate 80. between mile markers about 16 to about 35 if you're on Interstate 80. There's some truck drivers watch sometimes, so just a FYI there. If you're in those areas. Let's see if we have any other reports on this storm right now. Again, if you have any photos or videos, you can tweet us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. I am retweeting a few photos on Twitter. There's actually a photo of the tornado warning cell in Atkinson right now. There's no confirmed tornado with this. We do have some scud cloud action kind of going on near the center. Perhaps a little bit of rotation attempting to develop. But the velocities, if we go back to the velocities, notice that it's much more of wind right now. We don't have any defined area of rotation. What I mean by that is when we have red like this, that means the winds are going away from the radar. The green means that they're going toward the radar. And we don't have any confined area here of tight rotation. With that being said, we definitely have some high winds around 60 miles per hour, and we do have an inflow starting to go into the storm. So we very easily could get some rotation going near Route 82 and just south there of Interstate 80. Is really the biggest concern right now with this storm. But the tornado threat, again, is definitely beginning to increase. Not just on this storm, but also the storm back here that's south of Davenport. We got two different storms right now that we need to be watching for very closely. I would say this one, honestly, is a bit more concerning. Look at this hook right here. We got a pretty defined hook with this storm as well. This one's also rotating a little bit. Got some rotation. We'll have to watch that closely. That's near Windsor. And then this storm back over near 82, Interstate 80. And there's some rotation in here. That's your hook echo inflow. We got an inflow that can increase rotation a bit. Also got the hail core, obviously. Definitely got some golf ball sized hail in there, at least ping pong ball sized hail. And then that's the rotation, which nothing really definitive right now, again, with rotation on this storm. But I would give it a little bit of time, and it very easily could intensify and rapidly strengthen. But definitely stay in your safe place if you're in this tornado warning. Regardless of there not being a tornado on the ground, there could be one at any time. So make sure that you're staying in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. But no confirmed reports at this time. But I do think that southern storm down here near Interstate 80, or 74, excuse me, this one probably will get warned here shortly. As long as it continues in its trend. There's definitely rotation there. At the bare minimum, we have a hook echo that's developing, which could signify a tornado sometime down the road. The storms that are back up here in the Amboy area, these are primarily hail and wind producers. With that being said, they're merging, so we might get some sort of development there at some point down the road in terms of a tornado threat. But again, the main imminent concern for tornadoes are these two storms here. One near Viola, that's moving toward Interstate 74 in Cambridge, and then this one that's currently tornado warned, that's moving to the east. Two completely different storms that are rotating. Connor is getting much closer, I believe, to the storm. Yeah, double check his location here. Currently in La Salle, Illinois. Pretty ominous skies right now that he's driving through. That'd be back over in here. So he's going to get there probably within the next 30 minutes. So I'll have a much better view of the storm then. But for the time being, again, this storm's still rotating. Area of rotation is going to be located just to the southwest of Atkinson. Again, stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, if you are included in this tornado warning. It does have a hook echo. The other storm also does. We'll kind of monitor both those storms closely here over the next several minutes. Oh, there you go. This is the tornado warning for the new storm. New tornado warning now for the Windsor area, Alpha, Woodhull, Cambridge, Andover, back through Galva. Make sure that you're seeking shelter immediately, away from windows, on the lowest floor possible if you're included in this tornado warning. This is the other one that we're just talking about a couple minutes ago that would likely get warned, and now it is. And this one's going to be continuing to move to the east and east-northeast. So if you're anywhere in this tornado warning, like Andover, Cambridge, Galva, Woodhull, Alpha, or Windsor, make sure that you are seeking shelter, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and an interior room of your home or building. Again, this storm has I would say, a little bit higher of a chance of producing a tornado down here than the one to the north. But with that being said, you should still be treating both warnings the same way. Get to your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. That rotation right now is located over Windsor, moving to the east. Let's get some more details on this warning here. This is for Mercer and Henry counties in Illinois. This goes until 6:30 Central Time. Currently moving east at about 30 miles per hour. It's radar indicated rotation. It is not confirmed. This includes Interstate 74 between mile markers 25 and 33. You're traveling right now on the roadways. That is what we're talking about there. New severe thunderstorm warning for Aurora and DeKalb. This goes for another hour and a half. That gives you an idea that we have a train of storms developing. That's going to be capable of ping-pong ball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. And these are the two main concerns right now, are these two rotating supercells. We got rotation right now. Going to be approaching Atkinson, Illinois over the next few minutes, and then our other pocket of rotation, which is east of Iola, which will be moving toward the Cambridge area over the next several minutes. Again, we have two hook echoes that have now developed. We have inflow. Both of these storms have the potential to produce a tornado at any time as they continue to move to the east. DeKalb is in the risk of tornadoes. Obviously, it's a bit lower up there, but there is definitely a risk there of tornadoes. But I'd say the hail threat is more concerning. Wow, look at this latest radar scan. This supercell looks really impressive right now. Look at the hook echo. Pretty decent hail core right there. Another hook down here. We got another supercell, obviously, down there as well. A lot of hail falling. Two different hook echoes right now. Both of them have some rotation. Seeing if we have any reports on these storms. As of right now, no new reports on these storms, but we'll keep you posted. And both of these are radar indicated rotation. There will not be snow tornadoes, for the record. There isn't much lightning with these storms, and one of the things with thunderstorms is that there's usually lightning. There is the lightning, but it's not much. We only have a few lightning strikes, and sometimes there's actually a research study being done on thunderstorms. When we have like a peak of lightning, and then eventually the lightning kind of simmers down a little bit. When it simmers down a little bit, that's actually sometimes when we get tornadoes. There's some sort of correlation there that's being researched. So kind of a little interesting research stuff. Yeah, if you're anywhere in these tornado warnings, stay in your safe place away from windows on the lowest floor possible. We do have rotation again, intensifying back down southwest of Atkinson, and as well as back near Windsor in parts of western Illinois. And again, if you're included in either of these tornado warnings, stay in your safe place away from windows and lowest floor possible. Again, this is a pretty volatile environment, as I mentioned before. We have a lot of low-level shear, and that's going to, again, equivalent to the potential for there being a few tornadoes. And this is the environment right now that is primed for that. These two particular storms definitely have a chance of producing a tornado here shortly. As I mentioned before, the storms that are back over right now near DeKalb area, in like north central Illinois, that cluster that's still up there, that is mainly hail and wind. The tornado threat is not really existent with those, at least for right now. That could change over the next like 15 to 20 minutes, but for the time being, it's definitely not nearly as concerning. All right, let's go back to the reflectivity here. Man, these storms look absolutely crazy on radar. Though the rotation's not like tight and confined with a confirmed tornado, we have some crazy hook echoes. And those are the two storms. This is Connor Croft that's live. He is approaching the first storm. Actually, I believe he might be going for the northern mode storm. I'm trying to look here. Really see it. He's actually closer to the northern storms, but those are the hail producers. It's a pretty impressive view right there. Near the Mendota area of Illinois. Yes, lightning is on. Yes, I have lightning on. There's not a whole lot of lightning with these. The lightning is primarily back up near the storms in Dixon and the Rochelle area, but the ones that are back over here to the west, very minimal lightning. And again, as we go into the nighttime, it becomes much harder to see tornadoes, unfortunately, because it's nighttime. And lightning, if we don't have much of lightning, it becomes very difficult to be able to see tornadoes. Rotation, again, is intensifying southwest of Atkinson. We actually, we could get a tornado on this at any time. If you're in Atkinson or Anawana, you want to get into your safe place immediately. Or Anawan, sorry. There is intensifying rotation here just south of Atkinson. Wait for the radar hasn't updated comparatively to the velocities, but that is the area of rotation. It's in that black circle. The hook is likely like up in here now. The reflectivity didn't update yet. And then our other area of rotation, it's back over near Windsor. Right there, just northwest of Alpha, going toward Woodhall. Back into motion here. Let's see if we have any other reports here. Again, this particular storm that's near Interstate 80, I would say has the best chance of producing a tornado in the next few minutes. Again, this one definitely is rotating quite a bit right now. We have a very classic looking supercell here. Again, that is the rotation. It's going to be right in there. I'm seeing if we have any reports. If you do have any reports, by the way, you can feel free to leave those in the chat or tweet us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Yeah, this storm looks crazy right now on radar. But yeah, turn on smoothing real quick. This is what it looks like in the smoothing feature. I mean, this thing just looks crazy. That's the hook echo. Again, tornado would be located here. It'd be now here, but it's going to be moving toward Atkinson. Again, if you're in Atkinson, stay in your safe place. Both of these storms moving east and east-northeast at about 30 to 35 miles per hour. And no confirmed tornado as of right now. I know a lot of people are asking. We do not have an active tornado, but there will probably be one, at least on this northern storm, at some point in the next 5 to 10 minutes. The one down here to the south, it's a little bit more in question. I'm waiting for the next velocity scan to come in. Oh, we have a new one here. This is the latest scan. Rotation still, it's definitely intensifying back down near Alpha. Rotation is trying to intensify and strengthen near Atkinson. This is between mile markers 22 and 35 on Interstate 80. So if you're back near Atkinson and Anawan, again, stay in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. This is in Western Illinois, if you're just tuning in. The Western Illinois storms. We have a couple, again, back up in Northern Illinois. These ones are more of hail and wind producers, not nearly as much of a tornado threat right now. So that could change over the next hour. All these storms right now up here, or down here, I should say, are moving east, about 30 miles per hour. Go back to the reflectivity. Reflectivity has not updated yet. Confirmed report, by the way, of half-dollar sized hail. This is back over in the Geneseo area, north of Interstate 80. So this storm at least is producing that sort of hail. Wow, this supercell looks just crazy. Look at this inflow here going into the storm. Pretty, again, classic-looking hook echo. This is a really intense-looking supercell. Again, if you're in this warning, you need to be in your safe place right now, away from windows, on the lowest floor possible. This could easily produce a tornado at any time. This is a very intense-looking supercell. Man, this is actually crazy. I'm surprised the rotation isn't stronger, honestly, with this sort of setup. But, I mean, this is the rotation right now. We have some bright reds showing up here, by the way, which would indicate if we do get some sort of tornado, it could be strong with this sort of environment. So, again, if you are currently anywhere in the Atkinson and Anawan area, get to your safe place. If you're in the Sheffield area, back over closer to Princeton, stay alert. The storm will be heading your direction. This rotation is getting kind of crazy here on this storm. We got some strong winds at the bare minimum, so damaging winds, almost a guarantee, essentially, if you're just south of Interstate 80 there, as this goes towards Mineral and Sheffield. But, man, that inflow is crazy. And classic-looking supercell. This is textbook when it comes to supercell thunderstorms. The one further down here to the south and west, again, rotation's still ongoing, but not nearly as much right now. That's the area of rotation. We actually got a tornado warning on the northern storms here. New tornado warning for the Pawpaw area, including areas just east of Amboy. So if you're in this warning, stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. We have a couple of different areas actually in here. We have one that's back up near Route 30, and the other one near the sublet area. So seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible if you're included in this warning. Again, this is now our third active tornado warning that's ongoing right now. This will continue to move to the east over the next several minutes, going toward Interstate 39, eventually going toward the Shabana area. So again, if you're in this warning, stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. We're primarily going to focus on this storm right now. We will still be watching that one as well. This storm in particular, it has a very imminent threat of producing a tornado. If it does end up producing a tornado, it would probably be in the next 5 to 10 minutes. This thing has a crazy looking hook echo. And again, the other storm that's back down near Alpha, that one also still has an increasing tornado threat. Over the next 15 to 20 minutes, I would not be surprised if this one drops a tornado. It might take a little bit of time, but it's entirely possible that we get something with this one as well. Oh, we have a confirmed tornado. Just confirmed. Weather spotters confirmed a tornado. This is going to be for Atkinson. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. This is, again, breaking news. We now have a confirmed tornado near Atkinson. This is confirmed by weather spotters in the area, which does not surprise me at all. This rotation's crazy. This would be the area where the tornado is going to be located at 5:55 now p.m. Strong winds going away from the radar. This could potentially become a strong tornado if we start to see this become more unison. If you're in the Anawan area, get to your safe place away from windows on the lowest floor possible. And this is now a confirmed active tornado in western parts of Illinois. This will be moving toward Sheffield, and eventually going to be going toward Princeton, Illinois, over the next about 30 minutes or so. Again, this storm right now is moving east at about 30 miles per hour. Yeah, this is confirmed by weather spotters. It is between Interstate 22 and 35, mile markers, 22 and 35. And that right there is your tornado that's on the ground. I'm going to check out I'll check out the correlation coefficient once we have a lined up area of reflectivity. It hasn't updated in 5 minutes. It's a little bit easier to see if we actually have any debris being picked up then, because the radar is a little bit behind. But again, that is your area of rotation. And a friendly reminder, we do have 2 other tornado warnings. So that one's confirmed back over near Atkinson, Illinois. The other one that just got issued is still rotating. We have 2 different areas of rotation, one north of Sublet, one to the northwest of Pawpaw, west of Interstate 39. These 2 are moving to the east, so stay in your safe place if you're in this tornado warning. This one is a bit closer to the Chicago suburbs, but still pretty distant. And then back over on the southern storm, this rotation has been dying out a little bit, but don't rule out something recycling here. Entirely possible. We have a pretty dynamic setup here with even that storm. That one's definitely favorable to produce something down the road. Yeah, this rotation, again, intensifying right now near Atkinson. Again, don't be surprised if there's a strong tornado with this in the next few minutes. The storm is getting pretty wild. And for the reflectivity update on here. Back to this. I'm going to take off smoothing, and hopefully the radar update comes in here in a second. Yeah, that is the area of rotation. It is becoming pretty tight now. So, tornado again confirmed by weather spotters in the area. This is continuing to move to the east. Stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. By the way, this is the live view on the storms that Connor is on. This one is actually tornado warned as well. Look at that right there. Wow. This is, again, over in the Pawpaw area. That is the storm that is currently, I believe, yeah, that's the one that's tornado warned, I believe. Look at that thing. I'll have to turn on his audio here in a second, but that right there is definitely kind of, that's looking pretty crazy. I'm going to go ahead and turn on his audio. That might actually be a lowering. By the sounds of it, that was actually a brief tornado. That's at least what he's saying. We gotta go to the audio here. Again, this is the storm back near Mendota, Illinois. Looked like there was something brief there. Yeah, that's a very intense-looking supercell. All right, we have to go to breaking news here, because this storm is intensifying further. Latest radar scan showing the potential now for a active, strong tornado. This is right now located near Anawan. This is the live view on the storm. We have a crazy hook echo. This is the hail core right here. This is your hook echo. Tornado is going to be wrapped right in here. That is your tornado. It's going to be moving toward Anawan and Mineral, Illinois. And seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible if you're included in this warning. This right here, again, is where the tornado is currently located. This was confirmed by weather spotters. It is not PDS yet. We don't have any confirmation by really correlation coefficient yet. We at least have a little bit of something popping up there. Yeah, we at least have a little bit of, we do have a little bit of debris being picked up by the correlation coefficient. It's not much, but there is debris right in here where you see those green and orange colors. That's at least representing some type of debris, whether that's trees or whatever it is. That is debris being lifted up into the atmosphere right now from this ongoing active tornado that's going to be moving toward the Anawan area and Mineral. So again, if you're in this area, get to your safe place immediately. I cannot stress that enough. That is a pretty dangerous looking storm. Again, this could drop a... It already has a confirmed tornado, but this could very easily go PDS here at any time. If you're just tuning in, and if you know anybody in this area, please give them a call or text. Make sure they're in their safe place. Again, this is an ongoing, active, possibly even a strong tornado in progress. It's getting close to that point. We're going to look at the next correlation coefficient scan, but that right there is, at least at the bare minimum, some pretty high winds from the velocities. And if they tighten up enough, we very easily could see a strong tornado here. Again, the storm that is located at the bottom right of your screen, that is Connor Croft. He is currently on the storm that is back up near the Mendota area. Apparently, they saw a brief tornado touchdown a few minutes ago, and we were kind of looking at that on live stream, but it has lifted since. I don't think there's a tornado on the screen anymore. There was, though. I'll be watching it closely. Tornado warning, by the way, was just canceled for Cambridge. That storm kind of died out pretty quickly. Let me go to Connor real quick. And this is also another storm back up near Mendota that... Wow, look at that lightning. Possibly some sort of lowering behind that windmill. That's again, a pretty decent-looking supercell. Alright, let's go back to radar. All right, here's the latest on the confirmed tornado. Again, this is near Atkinson and Anawan. This is the one that's on the ground right now. And this might have gone PDS. Let's see. Nope, not yet. Still not PDS. But this is now, again, a new tornado warning that has just been issued for those in the Ynet area, Princeton, and Sheffield. If you're included in this warning, seek shelter away from windows on the lowest floor possible. And this is a confirmed active tornado that's on the ground. That is moving to the east. This is the rotation right here. It actually might be taking a left turn, and if that does happen, the rotation might weaken out. But for the time being, again, this is a confirmed tornado. Get to your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible. That is some tight-looking rotation on Interstate 80. This is between mile markers about 28 to about 35. That's the approximate range here on Interstate 80. Again, this storm moving east at about 30 miles per hour. If you're just tuning in, again, this is a confirmed active tornado that is moving to the east. This is near the Anawan area. It'll be going right along Interstate 80 over the next several minutes. I can't stress this enough, but if you are in this warning, you need to make sure that you're in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible interior room of your home or building. Away from windows. It's a dangerous storm right now that's ongoing, and this could drop a potentially a strong tornado. Obviously, there's already a tornado on the ground, but this very easily can intensify to a strong tornado. Look at this. Wow. These velocities are really strong right now. Right on Interstate 80. This is near Anawan. Correlation coefficient has not updated yet, but that right there, again, is a tornado that's in progress near Interstate 80. PDS means particularly dangerous situation. We do not currently have that, by the way. But this is currently an ongoing tornado on the ground, confirmed by weather spotters in the area and pretty clearly by radar. But that right there, again, is an active tornado. This could very easily be a strong tornado as this continues to move to the east and northeast. Yeah, check the velocities here. We have 51 mile per hour winds against 51 mile per hour winds right now on the velocities. That's definitely on the stronger, at least on the stronger spectrum of a tornado when it comes to, like, you know, the lower range EF1, EF2 sort of thing. Again, tornado right now in progress near Interstate 80. This is going to be moving toward Anawan and eventually going toward Mineral. The long-term projection of this storm is going to be going toward the Wyanett, Princeton, and Sheffield area, where, again, there is a confirmed ongoing tornado warning right now. Again, not PDS right now, but that could obviously change. Quick update on the storm that is still tornado warned, but is not confirmed. We do have a tornado warning back up near Compton, west of Pawpaw, the main pocket of rotation right now. There's actually a couple of them still. We have one that's back up near Interstate 39, south of Stewart. Not really nearly as impressive. Another one in here near Compton. So again, if you're in this tornado warning, make sure that you're staying in your safe place. The tornado threat in the Chicago suburbs will begin to increase over the next hour or so. Just keep that in mind. Again, this storm right now is taking a bit of a left-hand turn, so it's entirely possible that this lifts at some point in the next 5 minutes or so, but you definitely want to still make sure that you're staying in your safe place. The hook echo is pretty much a goner on this now. We had it a few minutes ago. You can kind of see how it took that left-hand turn here. Kind of wrapped itself into this area of heavy rainfall. So we still have a tornado right now, but you can kind of see that evolution of that hook echo where it looked extremely strong and it kind of wrapped into the southern side of the storm, which is pretty interesting. Lots of hail right now near 78, just south of the Hoop Pool area. That hail is definitely in the ballpark of about golf ball size hail. And that is still an ongoing active tornado just on the north side now of Interstate 80, just north of Anawan. And stay in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible if you are included in this active tornado warning. It's entirely possible that this storm recycles as well. So, just for the record. I'm going to see if we have any other reports on this storm. Yeah, so the tornado threat itself is starting to die down a little bit. By the way, this was Connor's. Connor did have a tornado on the ground back over near the LaSalle County area. I'll try to go back to it, but there was a tornado. Let's see if I can get the photo of it. Again, this is the active tornado that's on the ground, though, which is possibly lifted at this point, but still stay in your safe place. And this is currently located near the Anawan area. Stay in your safe place, away from windows, on the lowest floor possible if you're included in this warning. Oh yeah, this is the tornado right here. It's gonna be a little bit hard to see, but this right here was the tornado. The LaSalle area. It is this right here in the background. But that was the tornado that we were talking about 10 minutes ago or so, back over near Mendota, Illinois. So just an FYI. Again, latest radar scan showing that there is still some rotation here. The rotation is definitely a bit weaker now, but we do still have some strong winds currently around Interstate 80. Winds going toward the radar, that's your rotation. And this would be where the tornado is located if it is still ongoing, but it took that left-hand turn. It has likely weakened for the time being, but this storm could very easily recycle in this sort of environment. We have a pretty large hail core with this storm as well that we'll have to be watching for very closely. And then back near Pawpaw, south of Rochelle, this area is still under a tornado warning for at least another 35 minutes. Again, the main area of rotation is back near Compton. We also have another area of rotation, a little bit weaker, back near the Stewart area. Here's that latest radar scan. So again, area of rotation is now just east of Atkinson, north of the Anawan area. Again, stay in your safe place, away from windows, on the lowest floor possible if you're included in this tornado warning. By the way, this is the view of this is the short-term tornado threat over the next hour from StormNet, from the Atmosphere Analytics website. But notice this is the area over the next hour that we're gonna have to watch for an increasing tornado risk. It'll be right in here, so just west of Chicago, back through Davenport, and it actually got this area pretty much spot on, both of these storms, because there was a tornado at least likely that occurred from Connor Croft's stream back near Mendota, and notice this area as well. Two pretty much bullseye areas with this tornado projection. Here's the hail projection. So hail threat is going to be increasing over the next hour near Chicago. Keep that in mind. Those storms are quickly moving off to the east. All right, current time, again, 6:10 p.m. Central Time. The latest radar scan was 6:08. Should be coming in a new one in here in just a second. Yeah, just an FYI, I'm not really reading chat a whole lot right now. I will try to read it a little bit more, though, if the tornado warning storms start to weaken a little bit. Still have rotation ongoing north of Anawan. Looks like we still have a tornado ongoing. We'll check here. But there is likely still an active tornado in progress. This is going to be located near the Anawan area. Again, stay in your safe place if you're in this warning. Cannot stress that enough. The velocities are picking up on 89 to 93 miles per hour. That might be a bit high, but regardless, we definitely have the bare minimum, there is still high winds, but there is likely still a tornado in progress just on the north side there of Anawan. Near Route 78. This is just north of Interstate 80. Stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible if you're in this tornado warning. And also, by the way, if you're in the Chicago suburbs, that tornado threat probably going to increase around 7 o'clock or so. So once those storms get a little bit closer, that tornado threat will increase a little bit. Again, it's probably not going to be a really substantial tornado threat in the area, but there will probably at least be a tornado or two in that region. Obviously, this has been our first confirmed tornado of the day. The one near Mendota possibly also was confirmed. Connor Croft was on that. He was a bit distant from it, but there's at least been one tornado with this one, possibly two. Here's a live radar view. By the way, that tornado that is currently ongoing north of Anawan, that is rain-wrapped, so do not go outside and try to film it. Stay in your safe place. In addition to that, it's nighttime. Not really a good idea to go outside. Also, we have confirmed report of golf ball-sized hail back near the sublet area of Illinois. Golf ball-sized hail confirmed there by law enforcement, and that is associated with the area near Interstate 52. That hail currently is rolling through areas just to the west of Pawpaw in this current active tornado warning. Storms are quickly moving to the east. We'll have storms near Chicago here in the next 30 minutes or so. Activity will begin to pick up there. Again, this is the confirmed tornado that we've been tracking for the last 15 minutes or so. That right there that I circled is the confirmed tornado. So again, if you're anywhere near the Anawan area, stay in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. Cannot stress that enough. If you're in a mobile home, you should not be there. Have an alternate plan. Mobile homes are not safe in tornado warnings or even severe storms. They can definitely cause a lot of damage. If you're just tuning in, this is the severe weather threat in northern Illinois, but this particular storm is a bit more on the western side of the state. The closest really town or city to this is Sheffield and Princeton, west of Ottawa, for reference. Got multiple storm chasers on the Radar Omega app. They're all moving west. They're actually going toward this area of storm, so let's see what happens there. Got a bunch of them moving right now. Watch them live on the app. Timmer spotted a tornado in Mendota. All right, so it looks like that's a confirmation, especially if we have two different people that saw it. So there has, at least at this point, been two confirmed tornadoes. With that being said, one back over near Mendota, and then the other one obviously here near Atkinson, Illinois, both of which have produced tornadoes. This one's been on the ground for at least 10 minutes now. The other one was on the ground probably for about 30 seconds. It was definitely not that long. Still an ongoing confirmed tornado. Again, this is not a PDS situation, but you definitely want to make sure that you are in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. That right there is where the tornado is located. And that right there in that little couplet just northeast of Anawan. It'll be moving toward the Man-Lias area, and it'll stay pretty much just north there of Interstate 80 for the next at least 10 minutes or so. If you're anywhere in the pink polygon, get to your safe place. The other tornado warning behind this, by the way, just expired. We still have this ongoing tornado warning, so that one just expired there. Again, this is the evolution of this storm. We had a hook echo at one point at the beginning. That has kind of fizzled out a little bit, but you can see that here. We had a hook echo right around about 6 o'clock or so, and it's went away pretty quickly. That tornado kind of got sucked into the center of the storm, but it is definitely trying to recycle here. We are back down to radar indicated rotation on this storm that is now north of Interstate 80. If there is still a tornado, it's going to be right in here. So that is the area that we're watching. If there is still a tornado on the ground, it would be right in that little embedded area there, just off to the north of Anawan. But it's likely still weakening. It's been on a weakening trend here for the last 15 minutes. It got embedded into the storm. It took a left-hand turn. That can sometimes weaken these tornadoes. In this case, we are starting to see that more. The velocity is definitely becoming a bit weaker on this. With that being said, there is still possibly a tornado active just north of Mineral. Again, that's moving more northeast right now, but we'll see what happens here for the next few minutes. Again, this storm could recycle as it moves east, and that could also drop a tornado down the road. And by the way, if you have any photos or videos of these storms, you can feel free to tweet us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. That tornado threat, by the way, back over in central parts of Illinois, back up in this area in particular, central northern Illinois, will be increasing here over the next little while, at least according to StormNet, which has been very spot on, by the way, in the last several minutes. We actually have 2 different areas of rotation west of Chicago. We got one developing just south there of DeKalb. At the bare minimum, there are high winds, but this could also produce a tornado threat down the road. And then back near Paw, this is another area near Interstate 39. We have 2 different areas of rotation here. This one's not tornado warned. The other one is near Paw, but neither of them currently producing a tornado. But that one also near Paw, again, still tornado warned at least for the next 25 minutes or so, excuse me. And then the other one south of DeKalb, this is a tornado possible. So that's, again, rotation right now actively happening north of Route 30, but not enough yet for there to be a tornado warning. And the rotation has actually completely died out here on this storm that's just off to the north of Interstate 80. That rotation has weakened out extremely quickly over the last 5 minutes. Tornado warning still ongoing for at least 43 more minutes unless they cancel the warning. But with that being said, this storm is going to continue to move to the east along and just north of Interstate 80, moving toward Princeton and eventually toward 26. Seeing a report in chat of tennis ball-sized hail in Compton, Illinois. It would not surprise me with this environment. I don't 100% know if that's confirmed, but Connor had a funnel. Should have been looking. Yeah, Connor's on the storm that's back up in north central Illinois. A lot of lightning up there, so it's a little bit easier to see that activity. Actually, it looks like on the left side of your screen, perhaps a funnel there. It's really hard to see, but on the left side, possibly a funnel cloud there. Fortunately, there's some buffering here. But possibly a funnel cloud. I can't really pause this, but this is in the Irville, Illinois area, by the way. Looks like some sort of funnel cloud, perhaps on the left side. I might have lifted. And this is a live This is live Storm Chaser Connor Croft. That supercell looks impressive. We'll go back to him in a minute once there's a little bit less buffering, and if I do see anything in terms of funnel cloud, I will definitely go back to him. That would be back up here near Irville. That's the storm that's currently tornado warned up here. Could have been Scud activity, just looking at this. The main area of rotation is up in here near Paw. So I don't think he's that close to it. I could be wrong. But that right in there will be the area to watch for. He's back in the fields. Let's go back to him.
I'm gonna shoot east in about 1.5 miles.
Got a base right there on the left side. This storm that's north of Irville, again, could produce a tornado at any time. So if you are in this tornado warning, definitely make sure that you're seeking shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Obviously, this one in particular definitely has a chance of producing a tornado. In the short term, a bit more of an increased risk there, so we'll have to watch that pretty closely. Rotation has completely died out again on this storm that's back over in the New Bedford area, just south of there near the Sheffield area. The rotation is much weaker than before. We will still keep a close eye on this and see if it recycles. We have a pretty primed environment, again, for there being tornadoes, so we will be watching that very closely as that continues to move to the east. Again, this storm near Compton and Pawpaw, this is also tornado warned. It is not confirmed right now, but it is in the track to potentially become something that drops a tornado in the next 15 to 20 minutes. Rotation is located just north there of Pawpaw. And then we have multiple other storms that are coming close now to the Chicago suburbs. All of these storms will have to be watched for very closely for the hail, wind, and tornado threat. All modes of severe weather still possible as these all continue to move to the east over the next 15, 20, 30, 50, 80 minutes, whatever it is. Basically, they're all moving to the east. So you'll see them at some point here in the next little while. I do think it's pretty interesting back over south of DeKalb. This area is a bit of, there's some rotation there, but we have high winds for sure right now, pushing toward areas like Waterman, the Hinckley area, and Caneville. It's just on the south side there of Interstate 88. So high winds, 60 to 70 miles per hour possible in that area. And then our other area of rotation is back up in here near Pawpaw. By the way, I'll be getting to super chats hopefully here soon, as long as the we don't have any crazy rotation, because I know a lot of you guys still have questions. Also get to chat. There's a rope tornado. We're at face. Welcome back, Turd. Watching Connor Croft right now. I don't see anything. Spotter confirmed tornado near Pawpaw and Irville. That honestly would not surprise me. It's probably not anything too big, but we definitely have some rotation in here. Let me, am I on the right radar? Yeah, I am. This will be the area that we're talking about. It's going to be up here north here, Pawpaw. So there's more than likely a tornado on the ground up here. It's currently moving to the east. But probably something on the smaller side right now. Again, stay in your safe place if you're near Pawpaw. The Shabona area, you should also be very mindful. This storm is going to be fairly close to you here pretty soon with the area of rotation. And stay in your safe place away from windows on the lowest floor possible. We do have a new tornado warning on the other pocket of rotation that's closer to the Chicago suburbs. This is an ongoing area of rotation that is quite strong. We have a lot of winds with this, which means if we do get some sort of rotation, this will very likely produce a tornado down the road. This includes Waterman, Hinckley, just south of DeKalb. And make sure that you're seeking shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible if you're included in this warning. Also, the rotation that we're talking about also, well, there's a couple of different areas, but near Compton, that's another area that has, at least by the sounds of it, a possible tornado here. At least some rotation, some sort of lowering is what I'm seeing right now from some of the reports. But again, we have 3 active tornado warnings. One that's still a pretty good amount of distance away from Chicago, but it's getting close to the suburbs. And then for those near Pawpaw, that's an ongoing tornado warning. And then our other tornado warning further down to the south. This tornado warning is also for the potential for hail up to 2 inches in diameter. But area of rotation right now is right in here, just south of DeKalb. And then our other area of rotation, we got a couple of them, but that would be one of them. And then another one up near Interstate 39. Where is Reed at? What town? Or what vicinity? All these storms, for the most part, are moving east and east-northeast. Compton. Alright, so we have a funnel cloud, at least at this point, confirmed in Compton. If you're in Compton, Illinois, Pawpaw, get to your safe place. Confirmed funnel cloud at this point in that area. And that is right now moving to the east. By the way, I'm pretty much done with this tornado warning, at least for the time being, until it recycles, if it does. Rotations really died out on that one, so we're going to primarily focus now on these two tornado warnings. Obviously more impactful right now. We have that confirmed funnel cloud near Compton, Illinois, and we also have two different areas. We really have three areas of rotation, but this is one of them. Also have another area near Compton, perhaps some anti-cyclonic rotation back near Interstate 39. But two different areas in particular, really, I would say, are the main concern. One just south of DeKalb, that's moving east toward Interstate 88, and then the other one's back over near Pawpaw. I believe Connor Croft at the bottom right of your screen, I'm pretty sure he saw a funnel cloud on this not too long ago. Let's go full cam to him real quick. Hopefully there's some lightning that gives us a little bit of light here. Going behind some trees, I might go back to the radar. But he is right there, basically in the storm, so we might be able to see something. See if we get a good flash of lightning here. Maybe not. I was hoping we get some lightning. I don't think we're going to. Oh, there you go. Yeah, you can kind of see the storm structure. I don't see anything in particular, but again, he is currently on the storm that is back near Pawpaw. We have a very interesting situation happening here. We have actually rotation strengthening in two different areas. This does not look good. That's near Waterman, and this is another area of rotation near Pawpaw. The latest radar scan showing two very definitive areas of rotation developing. Neither of them are confirmed, but this northern one near Waterman definitely has a chance to become something strong if it develops. That is a large area of rotation right now. That is developing. That is near Waterman. And then the other one's near Pawpaw. So two different areas that we're looking at. There's also a third one in Compton, just north of there, but that one's a little bit weaker. So three pockets of rotation. If you are in Waterman, Hinckley, or just south there of Interstate 88, you need to get to your safe place immediately. This does not look very pleasing when it comes to the rotation. That is definitely some strong rotation that is currently going to be moving east toward Caneville eventually, near the Chicago suburbs. It's definitely getting closer. That is not a good looking sign. New tornado warning now for the Shabona area, including areas like Waterman and Hinckley, just north of Sandwich. Again, stay in your safe place, away from windows, on the lowest floor possible if you're included in this new tornado warning. We now have a trio of tornado warnings in the same area. This tornado warning is for that rotation. There's still a little bit of rotation north of Compton, excuse me, and then their other area of rotation is near Waterman. This is not looking pretty, though, if you're back near Waterman. That is a massive area of rotation. I don't know if I've seen this large of a area of rotation in a while. That is... Look how wide that is. It's about almost a 2-mile radius right there of rotation. That doesn't mean there's gonna be like a 2-mile wide tornado. It just means that there's a lot of rotation. Pretty large area of it. It's entirely possible that we have a tornado outbreak, excuse me, tonight, with all the tornado warnings we've already had. We've already had 2 confirmed tornadoes. The first one was a little bit longer. The second one definitely much briefer near Mendota. It was confirmed by, it looked like, I'm pretty sure it was confirmed by storm chasers. We don't have like official confirmation, but we had a few people report on that. And this obviously would be the other thing that we're watching, is this new area of rotation near Waterman. That looks pretty concerning. Again, if you're in Waterman, Hinckley, near the Interstate 88 area, specifically in this tornado warning, in DeKalb County, you need to be in your safe place. That rotation is not looking pretty. Hopefully it weakens, but this sort of environment, you never know. New radar scan should be coming in here in just a second. We do have some airport radars. I don't know if we're close enough, though. Oh, we actually are close enough. Close enough on this one, but it's not a great view. Say on the regional one. All right, new radar scan here in just a second. And again, if you're just tuning in, 3 different pockets of rotation. We got one near Pawpaw. We got another one just north of Compton, much weaker at this point, and then the other one near Waterman. And if you're included in this warning, stay in your safe place, away from windows, on the lowest floor possible. Any of these storms could produce a tornado at any time. I cannot come by and flip over your trampoline, I'm sorry. No problem, Bree. Yes, there is a tornado watch for northern Illinois. Chicago will be getting hit by storms within the next probably 45 minutes to an hour, depending on where you are, but you'll be getting hit here pretty shortly. Tornado on the ground apparently in Pawpaw right now. Getting reports of that right now, that there's a tornado in progress in Pawpaw. Velocities have still not updated. We're about 5 minutes behind on a radar scan. But with that being said, there's been confirmation, at least from some storm spotters, that there is a tornado in Pawpaw. If you are currently in Pawpaw or just west of Sandwich here, get to your safe place immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Radar scan hopefully will come in here at any second. There you go. All right, here's the area of rotation that's over northwest of Hinckley. A little bit weaker than before. This is the latest velocity scan. I'm going to see if we have any... We don't have any correlation coefficient drop on that storm in particular, but with that being said, it could have been a short-term tornado, potentially short-lived, or it might just be developing now. It sometimes takes time for debris to be lifted up, so... but again, there is currently ongoing area of rotation just east of Pawpaw. That could still have a tornado on the ground, at least from some of the reports I'm seeing. There's at least been some sort of brief touchdown in the area. And then back over near Waterman, just northwest of Hinckley, that is another area of a much larger radius of rotation. Doesn't necessarily mean we're going to see a huge tornado with that. It just means we have a much larger area that we need to watch for. And that's just south of DeKalb. It's in DeKalb County. We'll be moving toward Caneville and Elburn, eventually going toward Aurora, just outside of Chicago. That'll be the next area to watch for. A lot more warnings than I expected. This is kind of on par for what I expected. I think the tornado warnings... I was not expecting this many tornado warnings this early, to be honest. That was the one thing I was not expecting. We do have a confirmed tornado now for Waterman. This is a confirmed tornado by weather spotters. This is north and northeast of Waterman in Illinois. Again, get to your safe place away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is in Waterman, Illinois. It's a confirmed ongoing tornado. Possibly a strong tornado. Whoa. Yeah, that right there is a tornado. And this could also be another tornado. But this one's definitely confirmed right here near Waterman. Yeah, if you are in Waterman right now, get to your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. Again, this is an ongoing confirmed tornado. Debris is actively being lifted up into the atmosphere. That is clear as day. A correlation coefficient drop. Again, this is debris that's being lifted up into the atmosphere. This is an active tornado on the ground that is near Hinckley, just northeast of Waterman, moving to the east. Again, stay in your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. This is again confirmed. Potentially a strong tornado developing. Radar scan hopefully coming in here in just a few minutes. But again, this will be going toward Canesville and eventually going toward Aurora in the Chicago suburbs. This is potentially a strong tornado that's developing. Not confirmed as a strong tornado yet, but we definitely have an ongoing tornado. We'll see what the next radar scan shows and see if something ends up kind of materializing there in terms of something stronger. And Connor Croft, the storm chaser at the bottom right of your screen, he is currently driving through areas in Irville, Illinois. So he's on the storm that's closer to Pawpaw. So if there's any sort of tornado there, we'll probably have a pretty good view of it here soon. But right now, there's no confirmed tornado on that. All right, here's the latest radar scan. Tornado still on the ground. That is the tornado. It's going to be located just northwest of Hinckley. It's embedded in this area of rotation, and that is currently moving to the east. Again, that is a confirmed tornado. Trained weather spotter reports a tornado on the ground 2 miles northeast of Waterman. That's as of 6:30. That obviously is still the debris being lifted up into the atmosphere, so we still have an active tornado right now, just northwest of Hinckley, northeast of Waterman. Kanesville and eventually Aurora will be in the track of this. Hopefully it weakens, but before it ever gets there, but for the time being, this is still a confirmed active tornado that is in progress. Moving to the east, west of Chicago by quite a bit. Chicago is not in the track of this right now, but obviously something to watch for down the road. Andrew, we are talking about Illinois. That's literally the only state we talked about in this live stream for the most part. So, this is the latest. We do still have a tornado warning, by the way. Just a quick update. We do have a tornado warning still ongoing for the Princeton storm. Not really any rotation here, though, so I'm kind of surprised it's still ongoing. But still stay in your safe place until that's lifted. I want to update y'all on that if you were in that area. Pretty rural area there. Again, the tornado's still on the ground just northwest of Hinckley and northeast of Waterman. And then back over near Pawpaw, we do have some rotation in here. That is near the Shabbona area. That could also drop a tornado at any time as it moves to the east. Multiple different areas that we're watching, but that one that I have circled at the top here, this is an ongoing tornado. This debris being lifted up into the atmosphere. This is just to the west of Chicago. Probably still a good fit. I think it's at least 50 miles away. Yeah, check real quick. That's still 50 miles away. So Chicago, you're not in the imminent track, but if you're in the suburbs, obviously be very mindful. The western side of the suburbs in particular, like Aurora. Aurora and Naperville and Wayne and Elgin. All those areas, stay alert here over the next hour. That tornado threat will be increasing for those areas in particular here in the short term. All right, here's the latest radar scan. Looks like that tornado has lifted. Yeah, tornado has at this point likely lifted. Still possibly some sort of debris right there, so we at least have something ongoing here, but it is definitely weakened a little bit, but that's still ongoing for the time being, so stay in your safe place. It is also rain wrapped, by the way, and it is nighttime, so don't try to go look outside for this. It's not worth getting a picture or a video for TikTok, because, you know, it's just not worth it in this sort of case. It's nighttime, it's very hard to see this stuff, especially given the fact that there's not really that much lightning. We have a decent amount of lightning on the southern storm. We also have some near DeKalb, but it's not enough to be able to see this, and it's also rain wrapped. So stay in your safe place. Don't try to go take a picture or video of this. Not worth it. No problem, Marilyn. HRR model showing significant tornado parameter values. Let me look real quick. I don't usually buy in too much to the significant tornado parameter values, but we'll check it out. If you're just tuning in, the black circle there is where that confirmed tornado is. Actively. Wow, that's actually kind of crazy. The significant tornado parameter values in southern Illinois are like 6 to 7. But again, it doesn't really, it means something, but I wouldn't be too worked up about that. I don't even think there's any convection down here right now. Yeah, we don't have anything going on down there, so the environment currently still capped off. Hopefully it stays that way, but that'll be an area to watch for later this evening. Those are impressive values. The latest radar scan, this area right here near Shabbona, that is definitely a concerning area near Waterman. Again, get to your safe place if you're in this area. That rotation is definitely strengthening. Correlation coefficient not showing any debris on that other tornado-warned cell. The tornado still says confirmed and observed, but I do think it is lifted. Still stay in your safe place. If you're anywhere in these pink polygons, we got high winds, by the way, coming on the backside of the storm. Near Pawpaw and Shabbona, high winds back here. That is definitely going to pack a punch in terms of some damage. Trees could go down. Power lines could go down. You're definitely going to want to make sure you're still staying in an interior room of your home or building and away from windows. Rotation still ongoing just southeast of Shabbona and southwest of Waterman. And we also have some rotation creeping up just on the northern side of this pink polygon near Interstate 88. That is also moving a bit more to the east-northeast. Tornado warning just expired, I believe. No, it actually got canceled. So Compton and Paw Paw no longer in a tornado warning. With that being said, high winds have just pushed through Paw Paw, and that is moving toward areas in Waterman, Shabona, and as well as the Hinckley area. This warning has also just been condensed a little bit. It is still radar indicated rotation. Tornado threat is going to stay pretty neutral, maybe slightly increased as it moves east-northeast. So if you're in Elgin, Aurora, Elmhurst, those are really the areas I would say over the next hour that have some sort of legitimate tornado threat here in areas like the Midwest, including, again, the Chicago suburbs. If you're not under any warning, by the way, there's no reason to be panicking or anything like that or be worried. Just, again, have multiple ways to receive alerts, have a tornado action plan in place, and you will be fine. Just have that stuff in place. There's really no reason to be panicking. If you're anywhere in the Chicago suburbs and if you yet to have the opportunity to do so, but now you do, bring your car into a garage, protect it with something, because cars are going to get damaged from the hail that we have with these storms. Some of these storms are producing hail up to tennis ball size right now. And there's a possibility that hail gets as large as 3 to 3.5 inches in diameter. So definitely going to want to make sure that you're doing that sort of stuff and protecting your vehicle, protecting plants as well. Tornado warning now, that the northern tornado warning here is back down to radar indicated rotation. It's no longer confirmed. And then just south of Watertown, or sorry, Watermen, not Watertown, Watermen, that is also where we still have some rotation ongoing. It's not tight at this time, but it could potentially produce something down the road as this storm continues to move to the east. Tornado warning was canceled back near Princeton. We have now 2 tornado warnings ongoing. And we have 1 severe thunderstorm warning. This is the main area. It's all moving towards Chicago right now. More zoomed out look at what we're talking about. Thank you, JD, for the extremely generous $50 super chat. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I would react more, but we're in the middle of tornado warnings. I really appreciate that, JD. Thank you so much. And thank you anybody that super chatted or became a member over the last hour. I really appreciate you guys a lot. I wish I could get back to a lot of them, but there's a lot of stuff happening right now. So, but I just want to thank you if you did. But let's get some hearts in the chat for JD. I appreciate that a lot. This is a live view right now with Connor Croft. He is in Irville on that tornado-warned cell that is just to the north of him. Possibly some sort of lowering right there in front of him. Can't really tell. Not enough lightning. I have to turn on his audio here on my end. A little bit blurry.
Going east again. Gotta stay ahead of this thing. It could, at any cycle, it could go crazy. Right now, I think it's going through a cycling phase again. So we're gonna stay ahead of it.
Alright, so you kind of hear what he said. Thinks the storm is going through a cycling phase right now, which is very possible. These storms have been recycling frequently, so it's entirely possible that this storm, as it continues to move to the east, does recycle and produces a tornado down the road. And we've already had some rotation in different areas. Going back up near Interstate 88, the rotation is beginning to strengthen a little bit again near Interstate 88. That's going to be moving toward Elburn, Lily Lake, and the Virgil area, and as well as Caneville. And then our other area of rotations back down in here near Waterman. We actually have a few of them. It's like 3 different pockets of rotation, but really the main one is this one right now. It's still pretty weak, though, overall. Not really tight and confined. This area of rotation has looked pretty, sketchy for a while, and this one would be really the main concern, I would say, over the next really 30 minutes or so. But with that being said, this area still has a pretty equalistic chance of seeing a tornado, if that's even a word. But pretty equal chance. I'm going to see if we have any other reports on these storms. If you have any photos or videos, by the way, you can feel free to tweet this on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. The link to all this, by the way, is in the description below if you have any photos or videos. But again, if you're taking any photos or videos, please make sure that you are taking them very safely. Do not go outside. If you're in a tornado warning, do not take photos or videos. Stay in your safe place. But if you're far away from anything, if you have anything, feel free to send those in. Tornado damage looks to be pretty significant in Anawan, Illinois. I am retweeting a photo on Twitter of that. But there is some significant tornado damage 3 miles northwest of Anawan, Illinois. That is where a potentially strong tornado was ongoing at the time. There is a photo on Twitter of that. Just retweeted it on our Twitter page at MaxVelocityWX. Again, we currently have 2 different tornado warnings ongoing. One of them is back up near Interstate 88, just southeast of DeKalb, and then we also have a couple of other areas that we're watching in this larger polygon that is stretching from Waterman back down south, closer to just northwest of Sandwich there. And this is all moving to the east. Chicago suburbs, be very on alert here. All these storms will be moving toward you over the next little while. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Millington and Oswego and Aurora and the Batavia area, Wayne, Elgin. Seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible if you're included in this warning. And as the tornado siren blares, we have a new tornado warning. This one includes areas east of DeKalb. This is for Elburn, Caneville, excuse me, as well as Lily Lake and the Burgell area. Stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible if you're included in this warning. And to make matters worse, we have another pocket of rotation that is back up near Elgin, not tornado warned, but this is also another area that we'll have to watch for closely. So if you're near Gilbert's, Interstate 90, Elgin, just south of the Algonquin area, stay in your safe place as well, away from windows, lowest floor possible. It is not a tornado, but there is rotation there for sure. It's attempting to develop back near Gilbert, so we'll be watching that closely as well. So really 3 different areas that we are currently monitoring very closely. One southwest of Algonquin, which is not tornado warned right now. The other one east and southeast of DeKalb. And then the other one just south there of the Route 30 area. I'm going to have to recircle everything because the radar just updated. Got 1, got 2, and you sort of got 3 in here. It's again, the one that's east and northeast of Pawpaw, northwest of Sandwich, that rotation's been kind of hit or miss here. It hasn't really had a really big tightening phase at this point. But it is going to have to be watched for very closely. And then back southeast of DeKalb, and that is the area that we have a bit more rotation right now. None of these are confirmed, as I mentioned before. They're all radar-indicated rotations, but with this environment, there could be a tornado legitimately at any time. So we still have to monitor all these storms very closely as they continue to move to the east. Again, all these tornado warnings right now in north and northeastern parts of Illinois. You're back down in like southern Illinois, southern Indiana, Ohio, if you're back over in Michigan, if you're over in Kentucky, your threat really is not until at least 9 o'clock tonight for the most part. Most of those areas will not see severe weather until 9 o'clock or after. So just keep that in mind. But if you're up here in northeast Illinois, this is really the most concerning area right now when it comes to severe weather over the short term. And the tornado threat is increasing for the Chicago suburbs as we speak, with these various storms. But all these storms right now rolling in right in time for really the post-rush hour, I would say, for this area. Again, no reason to panic, no reason to be worried. Just follow the plan. And have multiple ways to receive alerts tonight. Have a tornado action plan in place. So that can be a basement, it can be an interior room of your home or building, like a bathroom, all that sort of stuff. Please just have that plan in place and you'll be okay. There's really, again, no reason to panic. Chances of you seeing a tornado again are relatively low comparatively in like a single location, right? It's definitely higher if we look at a region like the 10% tornado hatched area, but again, no reason to panic right now. Just have multiple ways to receive alerts and a tornado action plan in place. All right, rotation located near Hinckley. It's moving to the east. We also have another pocket rotation now crossing Interstate 88. Very top of your screen, just to the northwest of Elgin, south of the Algonquin area. That is where we currently have another pocket of rotation that is not tornado warned, but there is some rotation attempting to develop there, and that will continue to roll to the east over the next little while. Arlington Heights, Carpentersville, those areas in particular, just stay weather aware. Again, you don't have to seek shelter if you're in Arlington Heights, but that's a long-term area that'll be in the track of this storm. Let's go back to the correlation coefficient here. Just gonna see if we have anything confirmed. Again, as of now, there's no confirmed tornado on the ground. In any of these storms, as I mentioned before. I saw somebody saying in chat like they lost connection to their friend or whatever. There's a potential that was from wind, because there is some strong winds in here. I mean, we're talking about some numerous damaging winds between 60 to 70 miles per hour. Power very easily could go out with this sort of storm, but as of now, at least as of 6:48 p.m., we don't have any radar confirmed tornadoes, but that obviously could change at any time. But for the time being, we don't have anything confirmed. Michigan will not see severe weather until a little bit later, probably after 8 o'clock or so. All right, here's the latest radar scan. Let's go back. We're going to go storm to storm here. Go south to north. Beginning with the first storm near Hinckley. This storm in particular still has some high winds. We do have a little bit of rotation still trying to develop here. And this will be moving toward Aurora over the next several minutes. So if you're in Aurora, the Batavia area, Geneva, stay weather aware. This particular storm is going to be moving in your direction. More of a damaging wind threat right now, not nearly as much of a tornado risk. Then back east and southeast there to Calb. This is an area that we've had some rotation for quite a while, but not seeing nearly as much right now in terms of strong rotation. It's definitely broadening out a little bit, so we'll still watch it closely, but definitely broader rotation near Lily Lake and Caneville and Elburn. And back over near Gilbert's, we still have active rotation right now that is moving to the east, going toward the West Dundee area and the Carpentersville area. That's not far from Elgin. So 3 different areas of rotation that we are watching very closely. And this is a bit of a different view of this. I just want to see. Yeah, you can kind of pick out the rotation a bit easier here, but one just south of Hinckley, another one back up near Interstate 88, and then our other one up near Gilbert's. That is south of Algonquin. That one's not tornado warned, but we're going to have to watch that one closely. I did see somebody asking about the hail potential in northwest Indiana. That threat will, if you do have a hail, if you end up seeing hail, it'll probably be in like a couple of hours, but there's no imminent threat. Thank you again, Questionable, for the $9.99. That's referring to that question. Thank you, Tump. Chicago is very calm for now. Yes, it is probably very calm. It will not be calm for much longer, though. Looks like we have some strengthening rotation back up here near the Hinckley area. And that the new tornado warning now for the Gilbert storm. So that's the one that we're talking about before. That rotation has now been tornado warned. Seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. We have 4 tornado warnings ongoing, all of which are currently west of Chicago. The tornado threat will likely increase here over the next 30 minutes on this area of storms down in here. So if you're in Aurora, about the Batavia area and Wayne, definitely stay weather aware. These storms are going to be approaching here over the next 15 to 20 minutes. And then we have that new tornado warning now for Gilbert's. That's just south of Algonquin near Elgin. This is the area of rotation. So again, stay in your safe place, away from windows on the lowest floor possible if you're in that warning. Then back over just north of Sandwich. That is a bit more of a concerning area of rotation. And that could very well drop a tornado or 2 at any time. That's a bit more of an interesting area. We have 2 different pockets of rotation. One just south there of 30, and the other one's north of Sandwich. Then our other area of rotation's up in here near 88, and then another pocket of rotation up there to the north. We have 4 different areas of rotation. I draw a track on these storms. Yes, I will in a second. New Storm Prediction Center update. That should be coming out here in a few minutes if it hasn't already. I don't really know what to expect with the next update, to be honest. I'll explain my thoughts in a second. Let's get through this, though, real quick. New tornado warning for Aurora. This is for Aurora and the Oswego area. Seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible if you're included in this warning. This is not a surprise. These storms have been rotating for a while. Near Hinckley, we have 1 pocket of rotation and another one just southeast of Hinckley. We have two different pockets of rotation here. These are both moving toward Aurora, and the other one might be going a little bit closer to Batavia. But if you're in Plano, Oswego, Aurora, or Batavia, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building, away from windows. If you're in a mobile home, you do not want to be there. You want your alternate plan to be in effect now. And then back over northwest of Canesville, another area of rotation, not really nearly as strong as about 5 to 10 minutes ago. And then back near Gilbert's, we have a little broad area of rotation moving toward Carpentersville and Algonquin. Not an imminent tornado, but there could be something there down the road. We'll have to watch that one very closely. Again, 5 different tornado warnings ongoing. Had to count there for a second. We have 5 separate tornado warnings here in the Chicago suburbs. And we have a tornado now in Hinckley, apparently. Actually, yeah, looks like we do. Let's go to the correlation coefficient. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure we have a confirmed tornado by the correlation coefficient, but apparently Reed Timmer has a tornado near Hinckley. At least that's what I'm seeing in chat. But this is the storm right now that is perhaps producing a tornado actively near Hinckley. That'll be moving toward Big Rock, and as well as going toward the Sugar Grove area, going toward Aurora and Batavia. Yeah, that looks to be a tornado right here. Let's check out the correlation coefficient. Hasn't updated yet. That is a tornado in progress, though, just on the east side there of Hinckley. Yeah, if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter immediately. This is a tornado in progress right now that is located near Hinckley. And this is potentially a large tornado. Yeah, this is a cone-shaped tornado that's in progress right now. This is going to be near the Hinckley area, just off the west side there of the Big Rock area. Again, if you're in this warning, stay in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible. I cannot stress that enough. This is, again, an area of rotation that is definitely pretty concerning right now that's moving to the east. So again, stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. This is, again, confirmed at this point. That's on the ground. Correlation coefficient hasn't updated, but that's the tornado right there. That's just west of Aurora and Oswego, moving to the east. That's the confirmed tornado. And that'll be going toward Aurora and Batavia in the Chicago suburbs here shortly. Tornado sirens are going off from people in the chat. Thank you for the reports. New Storm Prediction Center update just came out. I will check it real quick and see if there's any updates. Or apparently it did. Nope, not yet. Whenever it comes out, I'll quickly look at it. Again, if you're in the Chicago suburbs, the tornado threat right now is beginning to increase. Again, there's currently an ongoing tornado that's located near Hinckley. And if you're in this tornado warning, stay in your safe place, away from windows, on the lowest floor possible. It may have lifted, but even if it has not lifted, it would be located right here along Route 30. Again, that's moving to the east toward Aurora. There's also another small pocket of rotation just east of that. We actually have 2 different areas of rotation within like 2 miles of each other. It's kind of crazy. It is still down. All right, so there's still a tornado in progress east of Hinckley. Has not been updated from the National Weather Service yet, but obviously there's a lot of stuff happening. Yeah, we have multiple different areas of rotation. And one that's... I can't even really, like, differentiate the two because they're, like, next to each other. But we have one here near 24. This is presumably the one that's on the ground right now near the Big Rock area. And then back further to the north near Elburn. That is another larger area of rotation, but it's definitely much broader at this point. Not really an imminent concern. And then back up near Gilbert's, the rotation is still ongoing, but it's still fairly broad. So really the main concern are the storms that are going toward Aurora. gonna be these two different pockets of rotation. Both of these right now moving pretty much due east. Be going right there toward Interstate 88 here pretty soon. If you know anybody in this warning, make sure to give them a call or text. Make sure they are okay. If you're in Schwamberg, I have a couple people asking about that. Thank you, Johnny, for the $5 donation. If you're over in Schwamberg, you'll be getting hit by storms probably in about 30-45 minutes. Yeah, main concern is going to be hail and damaging winds. There still is going to be a tornado threat, though, down the road. But, again, it's kind of hard to predict a tornado that far out. Again, this is the area of rotation. Latest radar scan showing actually a bit more of a confined area of just one unison area of rotation. Located over Route 30. This was a confirmed tornado, at least briefly. It has now been confirmed. This is not PDS, but it is a confirmed tornado on the ground now east of Hinckley or Interstate 88. That's right where it is. This will be going toward... Let me put this over here. But this will be going toward Aurora, Yorkville, Montgomery, North Aurora, Sugar Grove around 7:05 p.m. and the Batavia and Boulder Hill areas around 7:10 p.m. Those are estimates, but you should be in your safe place well before that if you are included in this tornado warning. So again, stay in your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible. This is a currently confirmed tornado that is heading toward Aurora. If you know anybody in Aurora, make sure that you are giving them a heads up. Or call or text, make sure they're doing okay. Tornado is officially in progress. I am retweeting a photo on Twitter of what that looks like. You can check that out on our Twitter page, @MaxVelocityWX. We are retweeting photos there frequently. There is a tornado on the ground, though, here. It is a cone-shaped tornado. It's not a rope. It's a cone-shaped tornado. New Storm Prediction Center update. No major updates, but the 10% hatched tornado risk now includes the Chicago area. It also now includes Northwest Indiana. So that's the latest update from the Storm Prediction Center. No other major changes at this point. Biggest change is that the 10% tornado risk has now expanded into Chicago, and it also is now in Northwest Indiana. I believe it was in Northwest Indiana before, but it's a little bit larger, I believe, than before. Yeah, we currently have an ongoing tornado, if you're tuning in, just west of Aurora, west of Chicago. This is in the Chicago suburbs. Batavia is also going to be in the track of this. This is moving to the east. It is a likely rain-wrapped area of rotation. Pretty good amount of rain around it. So again, stay in your safe place. Away from windows, lowest floor possible. And if you see any photos, by the way, on Twitter that you want to, basically for me to see, you can feel free to mention me on Twitter on any posts that you end up coming across. I'm trying to just multitask a bunch here. Again, this is a confirmed tornado just to the southwest there of Interstate 88. This is moving east. Aurora is really the main location in the track of this, including Batavia, over the next 10 to 15 minutes. Really over the next short-term time frame. And Naperville will be in the track of this in about 20 minutes or so, maybe 25 minutes. Be weather aware if you're in that area, but the tornado risk is quickly increasing right now in this particular area with this rotation. This, unfortunately, is in a position where it could become a strong tornado if it ends up getting enough of an inflow. We do have a pretty good amount of rotation here. It's a large chunk of rotation that's stretching from about Route 30 back near Interstate 88. Pretty large area that we're talking about here of rotation. And you need to stay in your safe place if you are in Aurora or Batavia. The tornado that is still confirmed and on the ground will be moving east over the next several minutes towards those two locations. If you're on Interstate 88, let me check the mile markers here. This is between mile markers. It actually doesn't say it on here. Never mind. The last couple did. This one does not. But essentially, if you're between about Caneville, back just northwest of Naperville, and if you're on the Interstate 88, you want to avoid that area, because the area of rotation will be heading that way here over the next several minutes, and with the tornado being confirmed right now, it very easily could march there across Interstate 88. Again, if you're just tuning in, this is a cone-shaped tornado. That has been confirmed by weather spotters in the area. It's unknown if this is still actively happening, but as of about 3-4 minutes ago, we've had confirmed photos of it, and it wouldn't surprise me if it was still on the ground with this much rotation. Correlation coefficient has not shown anything this entire time, really, but is likely still on the ground right now. Thank you, Deputy Brown. Thank you for sharing my stream. All right, let's see. Seeing if we have any other photos or reports here on this storm. As of about 3 minutes ago, there is still an ongoing confirmed tornado in progress. So it's likely still on the ground right now. That's west of Aurora. Correlation coefficient has not been our friend here with this storm. Oh, here you go. This is likely where it is now. We have another, at least a new development of rotation back up north of Big Rock and north of the Sugar Grove area. That is the area of rotation that looks to be the strongest. We have high winds going toward Aurora. Let's go to the correlation coefficient. Nothing confirmed again by the correlation coefficient, but if that tornado is still in progress, it would be right in there. That'll be crossing over Interstate 88 in the next 2 minutes, between Caneville and northwest of Aurora. Saying Aurora like 15 times is literally killing me right now. So hard to say that. Rita's in Sugar Grove. Is that where this is? Yeah, it's just north. That's the area of rotation right there. This is really the most concerning right here. That is your pocket of rotation. It's going to be approaching Batavia, Geneva, and St. Charles over the next several minutes. Circle it again. That right there is the ongoing, likely on the ground still tornado. Yeah, in Big Rock, a storm chaser had a photo shared, likely on social media there, of a tornado on the ground near Hinckley. And this in Kane County, Illinois, not far from Chicago. Connor Croft at the bottom right of your screen, he is driving right into the storm right now. We will keep a very close eye on him. He's literally inside of this tornado-warned cell. And apparently he's very close to where Reed Timmer is, so we basically have pretty identical views right now. And we will go full screen if he does see anything. Alright, latest radar scan. Again, this is where the tornado is located. It's about to cross over Interstate 88. And you need to be in your safe place if you're anywhere in this tornado warning. If the tornado is still on the ground, it's going to be right here. That is again near Interstate 88. That is moving right now to the north and east toward the Bald Mound area, Spring Green. That right there will be your tornado. That's west of North Aurora. And if you're in Aurora, by the way, you should still stay in your safe place. There might not be a tornado coming toward you, but you still want to be in your safe place because damaging winds can still obviously cause damage, similar damage to even what a tornado can do with, you know, trees down, power lines, all that sort of stuff. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Chicago, Evanston, Schwamberg, Algonquin. That is for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds and half-dollar-sized hail. Tornado possible labeled not on that right now, but obviously you should still stay weather aware of that tornado threat as these storms continue to march to the east. And there's a lot of information. I'm trying to get all that information out to you right now, so I might be talking fast, but that's what happens. This sort of setup. Yeah, if there is still a tornado on the ground, it's going to be located near Interstate 88. It would be this right here. Just west of North Aurora. You need to be in your safe place if you're in this area. Your radar has a CC drop now. I think this one just hasn't updated. Yeah, there's a tornado on the ground here. This is currently picking up debris just southwest there of Bald Mound. The correlation coefficient hasn't updated, but that right there is your tornado. This is on the ground in progress, picking up debris near Interstate 88 that's going toward Bald Mound, eventually toward the St. Charles area. This will also be heading toward Geneva and Batavia. So you need to be in your safe place if you're in this warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor humanly possible at this point. If you have a storm shelter, get there immediately. Again, this is a tornado, and unfortunately, there's going to be a new warning here in a second, most likely to include Geneva, but this tornado is heading toward Geneva and St. Charles and Batavia. Two of those locations are not in a warning right now. If you are in those two locations, you should be getting into your safe place because that is where the rotation is going. It's moving more northeast right now. Bald Mound as well, Dillon Field, Donny Hill Meadows, Nottingham Woods, all those areas, you need to be in your safe place. And that is where this ongoing pocket rotation and the ongoing tornado is heading. This is a confirmed tornado right now, moving northeast. This is north of Sugar Grove. Yeah, correlation coefficient is picking up debris right now. This is, again, there's no doubt there is a tornado on the ground right now. It's more of just I can't get the correlation coefficient update here. Let's see if I can update it on the other one. Not really that big of a deal, but that black circle, again, that's where the confirmed tornado is, and it's about to be heading towards St. Charles. If you have any friends in Geneva or St. Charles, please give them a call or text. Make sure that they are in their safe place. That is an area that is not in a warning, or tornado warning, I should say. They are in a severe thunderstorm warning, but those people in there need to be in their safe place. This is heading that direction, and we do not have a tornado warning right now on this. Here's the latest radar scan. This could potentially be strong. Yeah, that looks to be a strong tornado. This probably will go PDS here in a second. That is a strong tornado in progress in your Bald Mound. It's been in the making for quite a while now. But this is a confirmed, potentially strong, and perhaps even large tornado right now, heading east-northeast toward Geneva and Batavia. St. Charles is also in the track of this. You all need to be in your safe place if you're in any of these three locations. And I understand these two places are not in the warning, but they should be, because this is going to be coming right in that direction. There's a tornado warning. All right, so that area is now included in this tornado warning. It's still not PDS, but I wouldn't be surprised if it goes PDS if this continues. We have a lot of debris being lifted up into the atmosphere. Those dark blues are representing really low values, meaning that there is likely some pretty significant debris being lifted up into the atmosphere just around the Bald Mound area. This is moving toward the Batavia, Geneva, and St. Charles area. And the tornado warning just got canceled, by the way, for Virgil and Lily Lake. Just an update there. Tornado warning still ongoing back near Algonquin and Elgin. That is not confirmed. That is just radar indicated. This is your confirmed tornado that is going to be heading in the direction of Batavia and Geneva. And this is confirmed on the ground, potentially a strong tornado in progress moving towards St. Charles and Geneva. Eventually, Wayne will be on the track of this as well. Again, you need to be in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, if you are in this tornado warning. That right there is a tornado. That is a very strong rotation as well. Wow. Yeah, this is insane. Let's go back to this. I'm gonna probe the... Oop, didn't mean to split it. Radar just updated. But yeah, that's definitely a tornado in progress right now. And it's moving now into the Batavia area. Batavia, you need to be in your safe place now. This tornado is located right over on the east side of Bald Mound, moving into Batavia and Geneva. Let me zoom in closer here. Spring Green, the Wellmoth Acres area, Main Street is right now over this tornado. This is crossing over Nelson Lake. The Fab Wyan Parkway, I don't know how to say that, but near 8 basically in 34. You are on the track of this. McKee Street, Wilson Street, all of you need to be in your safe place. River Street, Batavia Avenue, anywhere here in the Batavia area, you need to be in your safe place right now. It's a much better view of it. I don't know what this is. This looks like a school or something like that, or at least some sort of commercial building area. Got Mill Creek right there, but all those areas right now in the track of this confirmed tornado that's in progress near Bald Mound. This is currently moving to the east. Please stay in your safe place. That right there is your tornado that is in progress. You zoom out here real quick. Double checking all the other storms. All right, let's zoom back into this storm again. This is the one that's confirmed right now. This is the confirmed tornado. If you're in Algonquin, you are not in a tornado warning. You do not have to be in your safe place right now. This storm is not really rotating as much as before. I do think this warning will be let to expire. This is definitely the main storm right now. That pocket of rotation on the west side there of Batavia, that is what is currently producing an imminent threat of a tornado. It's ongoing, in progress, perhaps even strong. That is moving toward Batavia and Geneva. A little bit weaker on the latest scan. We have another pocket of rotation developing just southwest of St. Charles. 2 different areas of rotation. This is the one that's confirmed. This one is new. They're both moving east-northeast and northeast. And you need to stay in your safe place, away from windows on the lowest floor possible if you're in this warning. Tornado warning for Aurora and North Aurora was just canceled. Or expired. I believe it might have expired. No, it was canceled. So if you're in North Aurora or Aurora, you do not have to be in your safe place anymore. This is now for St. Charles, Geneva, and Batavia. 2 separate areas of rotation. The one near the Batavia area is currently still in progress. And this is currently a radar-confirmed tornado. There's a large cone tornado on the ground right now in this area still. It is likely starting to weaken a little bit, at least near Batavia, but that is where that cone tornado is in progress. It's on the west side there of Batavia. Let's zoom back in here. Yeah, that tornado right now is over Main Street. Gonna be over the Fab Hawaiian Parkway area. It's about to be in downtown Batavia. It's on the west side there of Batavia. We actually might have 2 tornadoes happening right now. We got 2 different areas of rotation. These could be twin tornadoes in progress. One just west of Geneva, and then the other one's just west of Batavia. There's a possibility, though, that we have 2 different... Oh, we have it. We have it on live. Here we go. That's the tornado there to your left. That's live right now from Connor Croft. That is where the tornado is definitely pretty rain wrapped. That right there in the background, that would be your tornado that's in progress. That's near Batavia. All right, let's go back to here. We have a new tornado warning. New tornado warning now for Algonquin. Elgin is not included in that one. It's going to be including Algonquin and as well as Sutton. Barrington is included in this. Stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. It's a brand new tornado warning for those areas. That is radar indicated rotation. Here's the live radar view right now of what we're talking about with this ongoing area of rotation. Tornado still in progress near Batavia. It is weakening. And then we have another tornado now in progress just west of Geneva. That's a new tornado. Not confirmed, but it is likely that there's a tornado there right now in progress. And that is just west of Geneva. That'll be moving towards St. Charles over the next few minutes. So stay in your safe place, away from windows on the lowest floor possible. We have 2 different pockets of rotation. We're going to go full screen one more time to Connor. He is, again, pretty much in this storm right now. That right there is your area of rotation, though. A lot of lightning. See right there on the left side. He's looking left. He's looking north toward that storm, I believe. But that tornado is likely embedded somewhere in that rain. There's a lot of rain there. It's a tough situation to be able to see in there. There's a lot of lightning. That would be it right there. All right, brand new tornado warning. Another one issued now for West Chicago. Carroll Stream is now included in this. Schwamberg not included, but west side there is included. Seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible if you're included in this warning. Somebody just asked anything for Carroll Stream. You are in this new tornado warning, so you need to be in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is moving to the east-northeast. We have 2 different pockets of rotation. one near Geneva and the other one near Batavia. So the one near Geneva, that is the one that is likely still in progress. And then the other one's weakened out a little bit on the north side there of Batavia. Stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. If you are included in this tornado warning, this is moving right now to the northeast. This is getting really crazy right now. That's for Bartlett, Streamwood, and Carroll Stream, Illinois, by the way, that new tornado warning. We have 4 tornado warnings ongoing. I need to update the count. Never rely on tornado sirens, by the way. Always have other ways to receive alerts. Tornado sirens don't always go off. They're not the most, they're not, they might seem reliable, but they're definitely not. They're not always reliable. Chicago, by the way, is still off to the east of all these storms, but we have multiple storms here. Look at this near Yorkville. This might be something to watch for. I'm not seeing much rotation, but this is an area to watch for. We do have a little hook down here near the Yorkville area. The ongoing tornado that is possibly still happening would be over near Geneva. That right there is your tornado. And then the other one near Batavia is weakened. And it looks like that one just weakened as well. The rotation is now over Geneva. It's about to be moving into West Chicago. High winds are likely. Then back over near Elgin, we have plenty of wind going through those areas. And then Yorkville will be an area to watch for as well. But yeah, we have multiple areas of rotation. 4 tornado warnings. Area of rotation that we'll have to watch for near Yorkville as well. So it's been a crazy event so far. A lot more tornado warnings than I think a lot of us imagined with this area. Multiple ongoing still. Stay safe, Goop. Sirens in Naperville, thank you for the report. Yeah, a lot of sirens are going off right now. If you have any photos or videos, you can tweet us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. If you have any reports, feel free to leave those in the chat, or again, you can tweet us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Wind is picking up, temperature is starting to drop in southern Illinois. Thank you for the report. Connor, I don't know where exact. I think he's heading east right now. I think he's on Interstate 80. But he's not. I don't think he's going to see anything here for a few minutes. He's just repositioning. Yeah, at the bottom right of your screen, we have Storm Chaser Connor Croft. We are with him right now. We've already had one tornado on his live feed earlier, so it's entirely possible we have another one. I-88, thank you. Let's see. New radar scan should be coming in here at any time. This is the latest reflectivity. Again, hail threat is definitely still existent. We have hail potential up to $half size across these areas. A storm has blown up over near Rockford. Very random storm, but up near Rockford, be mindful. Pretty large hail is very possible. That actually could be upwards of tennis ball sized hail. That is near Route 70, north of Route 20. Let's go to a different radar site here. We have multiple different areas of rotation. We have one that's over Elgin right now. This is one pocket of rotation. That's near the Sherwood Oaks area near Streamwood. That's moving north and east towards Sutton and Barrington Hills. We have another pocket of rotation just west of West Chicago. And then maybe a little bit of rotation northeast of Carpentersville, but not much. Main area of rotation is definitely going to be the Elgin area. Here's that latest radar scan. Yeah, we have a couple pockets of rotation. One right in here. That was the one that was confirmed earlier. It's weakened a bit. And then Elgin is another area that we have some rotation in. And all these right now moving to the north and east. Stay in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible if you're in these warnings. Thanks, Rick. Appreciate it. That northern cell came out of nowhere. Yeah, that cell literally developed out of nowhere. This storm is producing some pretty significant hail, most likely. It hasn't updated on the warning. But that hail storm northwest of Rockford, probably not going to produce a tornado, but that is definitely producing some massive hail. That is a discrete cell. That is... The most dangerous storm is when they are typically discrete, because those have better chance of producing hail and also a tornado threat. We do have a little bit of a hook down here near Yorkville. It's not really rotating right now, but something we'll still be keeping an eye on. Again, the areas of rotation that we are being the most mindful of are the ones that are moving towards Schwamberg. Area of rotation near Elgin is becoming a little bit more intense right now. That's near Interstate 90. But that right there is a bit more intense. So it's starting to strengthen just a little bit. Have another pocket of rotation west of Carroll Stream. Not really that strong, but it is definitely going to have a chance to produce at least some sort of small tornado there as it moves towards Carroll Stream in the next 10 minutes or so. Loud and windy, I can definitely imagine. If you're just tuning in, this is just west of Chicago. Tornado threat is really peaking right now as we speak. This storm in particular could easily produce a tornado as it moves east. We have a area of some stronger wind profiles as we get closer to Elmhurst in between that and Elgin, so definitely a possibility that we do have a tornado with us at any time. This could very easily intensify over the next several minutes. Again, if you're just tuning in, make sure to subscribe to the channel. We'll be keeping you posted with the latest as this event continues to evolve. A lot of things happening right now. A lot of things happening. Again, the main area of rotation that we're watching is near Elgin. There's another one west of Carroll Stream. New radar scan coming in a second. Is Elgin okay? Elgin is going to be fine probably in about 5 minutes after the storm passes. And if any viewers are from Rockford, keep in mind there is a large discrete cell that just developed west of you. That is likely more of a hailstorm. That developed pretty much out of nowhere. Alright, new radar scan just came through. Rotation still ongoing east of Elgin. That is our main pocket of rotation. That is going to be moving toward the Palatine area, Arlington Heights, and just northwest there of Schwamberg near Interstate 90. Lake Zurich, Vernon Hills, and Highland Park all on the track of this in the more moderate sort of term, so probably in about 20 to 30 minutes. Yeah, feel free to tag me, by the way, on Twitter if you have anything. I am checking Twitter frequently for various reports anyway. If you do see anything, feel free to at me on it. Emergency services are heading out west in Batavia, Illinois, due to the damage, by the way, that has happened in that area. Apparently there's been some damage, which obviously there was a couple of tornadoes at the time. So that is new information. All right. A report of hail in Carroll Stream. Most of the hail with these storms will probably be around $half sized hail, the only exception being this one near Rockford. That is likely up to tennis ball sized hail. And then we still have a severe thunderstorm right now back down near Oswego. This one, again, not really rotating much, but it is going to be something to watch for. If it gets any sort of strong inflow, we might get a tornado out of that one long term. But for the time being, we still have rotation located right now near Carroll Stream. Main area of rotation is going to be back near Elgin. That's moving to the east right now. New radar scan will be coming in now. Here's the latest. Again, rotation still happening north of Streamwood. This is the most concerning area at this point when it comes to rotation. That'll be moving toward Palatine, Arlington Heights, Baldwin, Inverness, and many other areas over the next several minutes. But that is the main pocket of rotation. Much weaker rotation down near Carroll Stream. This would be the more concerning area at this point, would be just northeast of Elgin. Again, stay in your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible if you're included in this warning. That right there over Interstate 90 is really the main concern at this point when it comes to rotation in this area. That is going to be going toward Palatine, Arlington Heights, perhaps Glenview long-term, and then also Highland Park and Vernon Hills. But still stay weather aware if you're down this direction, because any of these storms could produce a tornado as they approach Chicago. They're not right now producing a tornado, but they could at some point down the road. And Connor Croft right now, I believe, is repositioning for that particular storm, by the way. She's the storm chaser again at the bottom right of your screen. How's the Rockford cell looking? That is, again, mainly hail. I'm not expecting really a tornado threat with that one. But yes, there is definitely some hail. Probably up to around tennis ball sized hail would be the maximum on that. Check on the lower hook. Not really seeing anything on that lower hook right now. There hasn't been much. It's interesting, though. All the storm chasers on Radar Omega, they're all in that same area. Like, literally all three of them here. They're all in this, like, the southern hook here. And it's possible that it produces something down the road. It's very possible. Right now, no, but possibly in, like, 20 minutes or so, it could. I still think the main concern right now are going to be the storms that are back up in here. Including this one that is seemingly has the strongest rotation right now. Just northwest of Schwamberg. The StormNet, from the latest from the StormNet website, which gives you a pretty good idea of short-term tornado probabilities. This is from the atmosphere analytics, and notice that this is the main area right now that we're looking at for a tornado threat. Would be near Arlington Heights, Park Ridge, Evanston. That's where the highest tornado probabilities exist, at least over the short term. Now again, it's all moving. All these storms right now moving for the most part east-northeast. All right. Wow, this is a massive tornado warning. We have a huge tornado warning. This is going to really be basically combining both tornado warnings. This is going to include North Chicago, Elk Grove Village, Arlington Heights, Des Plaines, Schwamberg, Evanston, Glenview, Highland Park, Lake Forest, Vernon Hills, Mundelein. I don't know how to say that, but all those areas included in this new tornado warning. If you're in this warning, you need to make sure that you are seeking shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. This is a new tornado warning for this entire area. Stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Thank you, by the way, Jeff. I appreciate the Venmo. I forgot I had that. Thank you. And really the main concern right now is going to be this area of rotation that is located just southeast of Carpentersville. That's going to be moving toward Palatine and Arlington Heights. Highland Park, Vernon Hills, Lake Forest, all in the track of that rotation. The reason why this tornado warning is so large is because we could get some embedded tornadoes in this cluster here, anywhere up and down this area. But Chicago itself is not included in this tornado warning. But this is really the main area, I would say, just northwest there of Schwamberg. And by the way, if you're not in a tornado warning, you do not need to be in your safe place. It's completely optional. Streamwood, by the way, I've seen somebody saying something about that. Streamwood right now is okay, at least from the tornado risk, but there is definitely some large hail falling there. Still stay away from windows for sure. Then further down here to the south, again, not really any rotation near Naperville, but we'll be still monitoring that very closely. 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds, and as well as up to ping-pong ball-sized hail, all possible here. Anywhere from North Chicago back into areas near Bolingbrook, even into Chicago Heights here pretty soon. And that is the main pocket of rotation. It's moving to the east. This radar indicated rotation. It is not confirmed as of right now. It's a pretty large tornado warning right now, though, going for Arlington Heights, Palatine, and Highland Park. We haven't had any confirmed tornadoes in probably about 15 minutes or so. That's a guesstimate. It might have been, we might have had one more recent. Connor is about to be right in line, I believe, for this particular area of the storm, by the way. Tornado threat right now is going to be the highest between Evanston, Elmhurst, and Elgin. So it's basically this pocket rotation has the greatest probability of producing something. Wow, this is kind of crazy. This is very high winds right now going through the Inverness area. I don't believe this is confirmed, but let me check. Yeah, we got some increasing winds here on this particular area near the South Barrington area. So at the bare minimum, there are some high winds. It's all rain-wrapped, so if there's a tornado, you will not be able to see it. Not confirmed. Again, that is still radar-indicated rotation, but we definitely have some high winds right now picking up near Palatine. That's all moving to the east toward Arlington Heights, Highland Park, Interstate 94. Again, if this tornado does drop, it'll be moving in that direction. We're still watching areas back down near Addison, Interstate 290, back through Evanston. This area will be still monitored. Again, we don't really have anything definitive here, but there is still a little bit of embedded rotation in that cluster just south of Schwamberg. Let me check Twitter and see if we have any other reports. Yeah, if you're new here, make sure to subscribe to the channel. We'll be keeping you posted with the latest as these storms continue to move to the east through the Chicago suburbs. Over 1.5 million people, by the way, are in this tornado warning. That is a crazy number of people. I don't know if we've ever had a tornado warning with that many people. That is a lot. Quick update, by the way, the Rockford storm still warned for quarter-sized hail, but I wouldn't rule out some larger hail. Looks like it's weakening a little bit. That discrete cell up there, not really rotating. It's, again, more of an elevated storm. If we get a tornado in the next, like, 3 minutes, it's going to be this area. Again, that area of rotation near Palatine is still pretty strong when it comes to the wind speeds. If it tightens, we could get a tornado here near Palatine. It'll be eventually moving toward Highland Park if it does end up dropping. Again, not a guarantee, but it's definitely possible here as this continues to move to the east. Here's the latest radar scan. Still got some rotation there. Really not too strong for the winds going toward the radar, but going away from the radar, those are quite strong. That's the counterclockwise spin. And again, this would produce the potential for a tornado over the next several minutes. Somebody just donated $5. Thank you, Johnny. And they said, in the back at my job, sounds like heavy rocks are being thrown out at the windows right now in Schwamberg. So just give you an idea of what's actually happening here. In the Schwamberg area near Palatine, that's basically a perspective of what's happening. It's like large rocks falling from the sky. That's at least the hail component of this storm. So there's a lot of hail here, obviously. Make sure, again, to stay away from windows. Wind-driven hail is possible, so wind could literally get thrown into windows and shatter them. So you definitely want to make sure, if you're anywhere in these areas, that you're staying away from windows no matter what. Lowest floor possible. And obviously, if you're in the tornado warning, get to your safest place. Interior room of your home or building, away from windows. Hail in Oswego. That's a new report there. But main area of rotation, again, still near the Palatine area. It's right in here. This. There we go. This is all rain wraps, so again, do not try to look outside. Stay away from windows. If there is a tornado, you are not going to be able to see it in there. That is so rain wrapped, it's not even funny. If you're wondering what weather app we're using, by the way, it's the top link in the description. It's Radar Omega. It's on iOS and Android. Top link in the description. All right, here's the latest radar scan. High winds right now moving through the Inverness area. Don't see really a whole lot when it comes to the winds going toward the radar. At the bare minimum, we're dealing with some damaging winds upwards of 70 miles per hour. Again, this is currently moving to the east right now, but definitely some high winds, perhaps even a microburst ongoing near the Palatine area. High winds right now, pushing east-northeast. Going to be going toward Interstate 294 and Highland Park over the next several minutes. Again, stay away from windows if you're in this area. Winds this high could easily cause the same sort of damage. Thank you, Emma. I appreciate the $8 Venmo. Again, high winds right now near Inverness going through Palatine. It's all moving to the east right now. Naperville, by the way, we're not really dealing with any rotation there. Anywhere basically south of Schwamberg, there really isn't much rotation at this time. If anything changes, I will let you know. The main area that we're watching for is near Palatine. That's moving east toward Highland Park. All right, let me go back over to here. By the way, this is Connor Croft. He's driving right in the middle of this current ongoing tornado warning. This is in the Chicago suburbs. You just at least get the idea that this rain is heavy. Not exactly sure where he is in this rain, but that is just what you can expect here if you're in the Chicago suburbs driving. A lot of people are still driving out there, right in the middle of this. We'll go back to him if we do get any sort of visual on this. He is in the area, though, where the potential either microburst or at least damaging wind event at the bare minimum is happening in Palatine. This is not a tornado, but this is definitely some very high winds, perhaps a microburst right now. It is right now moving east toward Interstate 294 in Highland Park. Here's the latest radar scan here. Again, this right here is the area of rotation. That's just south of Lake Zurich, moving toward Highland Park over the next several minutes. And we actually have a confirmed tornado. Confirmed tornado on the ground in Inverness. This just got confirmed. This is this area. So this is actually a tornado. We're not going to get a great visual on this, but this is a tornado on the ground. Seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. This is observed. Again, this is near Palatine. Confirmed tornado in Inverness going toward Palatine. Vernon Hills, Lake Forest, Highland Park, all on the track of this. Again, get to your safe place away from windows on the lowest floor possible. This is not PDS. We have not yet had a PDS tornado, but this one is on the ground. Again, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. Inverness has a lot of mansions. Well, that's not a good thing. A lot of people in this area. Again, this warning includes 1.5 million people. There's a lot of people included in this warning. Again, this is a confirmed tornado if you're just tuning in near Inverness, moving toward Arlington Heights. This will also be going toward areas in the Buffalo Grove area, Vernon Hills, Lake Forest, Highland Park. The black circle is where the tornado has been confirmed. Been confirmed by weather spotters in the area. And Connor, I believe, is going to be driving into hail here shortly. He's very close to the hail core on that storm here in Chicago. Bottom right of your screen, again, that's our live storm chaser. If there's a strong tornado, either confirmed or in picture, they usually put a PDS label on it, meaning particularly dangerous situation. This is not a situation where we have that right now, but Rita, there's stuff in the description, I believe, like top of the description or middle of the description. Here's the latest radar scan. Again, if there's still a tornado on the ground, it's going to be near Palatine. This is, again, the area that there is potentially still an ongoing tornado. Was confirmed by weather spotters about a few minutes ago. It's, again, moving east-northeast. So stay in your safe place, away from windows, and on the lowest floor possible if you're included in this tornado warning. This is, again, an observed tornado, which is probably still sitting in the Palatine area. I mean, it's not far from it. It's just north there of Palatine. Hasn't moved really that much here in the last few minutes, but that's the area that we're looking at for a tornado. And back further to the south near Naperville, again, still no signs of any rotation. Same thing with Elk Grove Village, south of Arlington Heights. As of now, there's really not a whole lot of rotation there, but I would still stay in your safe place just in case. Yeah, Connor's driving, again, right through this storm. Let's go quickly full screen to him. And this is pretty much in the dead center of the storm right now. I don't know if we're probably not going to see much from here. Again, the tornado that's on the ground is rain wrapped, so it's very hard to see already to begin with, but that is exactly where he is right now. He's pretty much in the dead center of the storm. I believe he is in Arlington Heights. Let me double check. Oh, he's in Elk Grove Village. Never mind. He's a bit further down to the south. So he's not near where the tornado's on the ground, but he's not far either. I mean, he's pretty much in between. About 10 miles south. No problem, Caroline. Here's the latest radar scan. And even if there's not a tornado on the ground, again, there's not been anything definitive on radar. It was just confirmed by a weather spotter. We do have high winds. I mean, we're talking potentially 70 to 80 mile per hour damaging winds right now. In that little yellow area here, in the center of that black circle, north of Palatine, that'll be heading toward Lake Forest and Highland Park over the next several minutes. So you still want to make sure that you're staying in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Anywhere in this pink polygon. That is anywhere from the North Chicago area back through Evanston. All those areas, you need to be in your safe place. Thank you, Hannah, by the way, as well, for the $10 Venmo. I appreciate that. And I'll get to donations and all that later. I'm not going to really read a whole lot of them right now. A lot of stuff happening. If you have any photos or videos, you can tweet us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. If you see anything on Twitter that you think I should see, you can feel free to mention me as well. Again, our Twitter link, all of our social media links are in the description below. If you're just tuning in, we do have a confirmed tornado as of a few minutes ago by a storm spotter that was confirmed near Inverness, which is just off to the west and north there of Palatine. If there is still a tornado on the ground, it's going to be again in that black circle. Storm is moving east at about 35 miles per hour. This chat is moving so fast, it's not even funny. I can barely see anything. I've seen the I've seen the Hinckley tornado. I've seen it already a few times. I think I retweeted something like that on there. Yeah, the Hinckley tornado was a bit more of a cone tornado. That happened a little while ago. Tornado threat, by the way, is really the highest right now. It's going to be up until these storms go off coast. StormNet actually shows the greatest tornado threat being just north of Evanston. In the Evanston area. So that'll be interesting to kind of see if that plays out at all. Tornado warning has just been condensed. So we are now in a tornado warning now just for areas in Vernon Hills, as well as Lake Forest, Highland Park, North Chicago. This is back to radar indicated. If there is a tornado, it would be located in that black circle. So it's moving to the north and east toward North Chicago, Lake Forest, and Highland Park. Stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible, interior room of your home or building. This is a dangerous storm producing high winds at the bare minimum, but it also could produce a tornado. Still have a couple pockets of rotation back west of Oak Park, but nothing really definitive as of right now. So I'll have to watch them before they go off coast. That is all rain wrapped. If there is a tornado there near Vernon Hills, we are not going to be able to see it. Or it's at least going to be extremely difficult, even if you're a storm chaser. A lot of rain falling there. Tom Skilling is retiring tomorrow? I didn't even know that. It's crazy that he's retiring literally the day after this severe weather event. Fun fact, by the way, kind of off topic, but Chicago, Illinois was 72 degrees today. They are going to plummet to 29 degrees for a high temperature tomorrow. Just an FYI, Chicago is seeing a tornado warning tonight, and by tomorrow morning, it'll be snowing. It's a very crazy little turnaround here. This is a crazy, strong cold front that's moving through the Midwest. Stay safe, Fly. Appreciate the $5 super chat. If you're in Palatine and Arlington Heights, you are okay now, by the way. As long as you're not in the tornado warning, which I'm guessing you're not if you're in that area, because that's just outside of it. So you are okay at this point. The storm has moved through. And this is the area of rotation near Vernon Hills, moving north and east toward Lake Forest and North Chicago. Stay in your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible. This tornado watch goes for 2 more hours, by the way. We still have a chance for maybe an isolated tornado near Bowling Brook back through Chicago. We'll still have to watch that area as these storms all move to the east. This is, again, the main area of rotation. High winds up to 60, 70, maybe even 80 miles per hour going toward North Chicago right now. The southern enhanced risk of severe weather, that is primarily going to be between 9 p.m. to about 1 a.m. Central Time. It's not really a threat right now. Thanks, Alex. Appreciate the $4.99. By the way, thank you for anybody that has donated, super chatted, become a member. If you've done anything like that, I really appreciate you guys a lot. Again, I'll get to those at least sometime after these tornado warnings are done, but we still got a tornado warning ongoing. I will do a full update as well on Indiana, Ohio, Michigan, Kentucky. All those areas I'll do an update on after this tornado warning, or after these storms pretty much are done, at least here. Because these are all going to be moving into the Great Lakes here in the next 15 minutes or so. Maybe 20 minutes. So really the threat of tornadoes is going to be between now and the next 20 minutes with this area of storms, and it should die down a little bit. And for the record, I've had to pee for the last, like, hour and a half. I've been holding it in. I've been live for 3 hours. Haven't had a break yet. Been very busy. Again, if you're just tuning in, the ongoing tornado warning is for North Chicago, Vernon Hills, Lake Forest, and Highland Park. Again, stay in your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible, if you are included in this warning. Half an inch hail confirmed over in Elgin, by the way. So half-inch hail. It's actually a cool measuring tool, by the way. Pretty cool. Severe weather threat will be increasing overnight tonight across areas in southern Illinois, southern Indiana, and northern Kentucky. New mesoscale discussion just came out about that. A tornado watch is likely to be issued here soon for southwest Ohio, northern Kentucky, southern Indiana, and southern Illinois. So just a heads up there. If you're in those areas, that is going to be issued likely pretty soon. Still some strong rotation near Vernon Hills. Again, we could have a tornado on the ground at any time here as this continues to move to the east-northeast toward Lake Forest, and as well as going toward North Chicago and Highland Park. I could not read chat. It is going so fast. Holy cow. Let's go back to Connor real quick. He's in the middle of this storm. He's in the dead center of this right now. You hear the rain pelting his windows right now. This is basically in the Chicago. It's just north of Chicago. Near Arlington Heights now. Elk Grove Village is still the general area of where he is. That is a lot of rain. Crap. And tornado warning still ongoing for Vernon Hills, Lake Forest. This is all moving to the east-northeast. And stay in your safe place away from windows on the lowest floor possible if you're included in this warning. This could, again, drop a tornado at any time. After this tornado warning is done, I am running to the restroom because I have to pee. Hopefully this ends soon. Free car wash, that is true. Free car washes are the best. You don't have to deal with all the paint scratches. Here's the latest radar scan. Again, this is what we're talking about with the rotation. Velocities radar showing the winds going toward the radar. These are the winds going away from the radar. This right here would be where that tornado would be located. Somewhere in there if we had one. Right now, nothing confirmed, and it's pretty broad rotation overall with all that gray in between. But we still could see a tornado drop here before it enters the lake. Lake Forest and North Chicago, you need to be in your safe place. Highland Park, you also need to be in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour, maybe even 80 miles per hour are possible. The velocity's radar is actually showing around 80 miles per hour, but I think that's a little bit high. And that's a little bit off the surface for the record, so slightly aloft we have higher wind speeds, but at the surface it's probably closer to about 70 miles per hour in this area. You guys are super generous, by the way. I really appreciate all the super chats. New York will get hit by this, but not by severe weather. It'll just be rain. If you want more details on that, I had a video forecast on that earlier today. Kalamazoo probably will not be under a watch unless they issue a severe thunderstorm watch for Michigan, which I have doubts about. It's a live cam actually over there. Watch that closely as well. Alright. A little bit further down here to the south, we got a bunch of storm chasers still in this area. Hail core is growing near Bowling Brook. This is another area that we'll need to watch for very closely. That is a increasing area of hail that's moving to the east. And then again, further north, that's where our rotation is. Still got some rotation near the Vernon Hills area. This again could produce a tornado as this continues to move to the east. Hail confirmed in Downers Grove. Thank you for the report. Yeah, if you have any reports, feel free to leave those in the chat. And if you're tuning in and wondering about Ohio, Indiana, Southern Illinois, anywhere else like that, about tonight's severe weather threat, I will be going over that here probably in about 15 minutes or so, once all the storms start to wind down a little bit. This is from Bear Down DY on Twitter. Lots of wind, lots of rain. It's in the Chicago area. Pretty good view of it there. Pretty good amount of lightning as well. That's in Vernon Hills, specifically. And tornado warning still ongoing. If you're in Vernon Hills, Lake Forest, North Chicago, Highland Park, you still need to be in your safe place if you're in those areas, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Still could drop a tornado at any time. It's not on the ground as of now, but it still could produce one before it goes into the Great Lakes. We also got a hail core developing back down near Naperville and Bowling Brook. This is producing hail up to half-dollar size, 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. The warning's for quarter size, but I wouldn't rule it out a little bit larger. And we also have some hail potentially embedded in this area, but I think a lot of this is like pea-sized hail or less. Very minimal hail, I would say, in the storm activity that's north of Chicago. Just west and southwest of Chicago, those are much more impressive storms, producing the potential for half-dollar sized hail, potentially. And then we still have some rotation in here, but it's all very weak. All extremely weak rotation. That's heading toward Chicago. Still wait and see if it develops into anything, but it hasn't yet. Again, that is your pocket of rotation right now near Lake Forest. Again, that's moving right now to the east-northeast. Again, this could produce a tornado at any time. It's not actively producing one. And again, that'll continue to move to east-northeast toward North Chicago over the next several minutes. Since we're in between radar scans, I am going to go pee. I will be back in like 45 seconds. Be right back.
A little bit. And I might be heading into some traffic. Not surprising, but no Verizon in Chicago. What is going on? Why do I not have Verizon? Why am I SOS? Verizon have an outage? Yeah, I don't have any Verizon, man. Alright, now I have 4 bars of 5G Verizon. Of course, that's just enough. It had to go SOS, so my hotspot disconnected from my phone. Hopefully we just keep service anyway. About to go through Chicago, chat.
All right, we are back. Sorry. I tried to be fast. It was not fast. All right, let's get back to what is happening now with this tornado warning. So this is the latest on the tornado warning. Radar actually just updated perfectly. So rotation looks to be weakening at this point. We have high winds going through Lake Forest and North Chicago. This is all moving to the east-northeast, so again, damaging winds up to 60 to 70 miles per hour possible. With that activity, as it continues to move to the east-northeast, and then further down here to the south, really no rotation still back down through areas like Joliet, all the way into Evanston, but we still have some like little embedded areas in this little cluster, so we'll still have to watch it closely. But I would say more than anything, damaging winds, large hail are going to be approaching Chicago over the next several minutes. So again, stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. The storms near Rockford weaken pretty quickly, but we do have some other strong storms moving into southeast Wisconsin. But really the main concern right now will be this cluster of storms that's producing damaging winds and large hail from about the Waukegan area into the Joliet area. Large to very large hail might become a bit more of a concern back down near and just south there of Chicago over the next several minutes. Rotation for the time being still ongoing. Just a bit weaker back up near Lake Forest right now. And that's all, again, moving right now to the north and east. So stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. Is it going to dissipate over Lake Michigan? This activity won't really dissipate. It will weaken, and it'll eventually go into Michigan, and by the time it gets into Michigan, a lot of this will be damaging winds into Michigan. There will still be an isolated tornado risk, but it should stay low. Update the warning count? That would be a good idea, wouldn't it? I kind of forgot about that. We only have one warning. We have two. There we go. Thank you, JD. Pronouncing the cities very well. I live in the area. I'm glad I'm pronouncing them well. If this was a tornado outbreak in Wisconsin, we would be having a field day with mispronounced names. It would be crazy. Here's the latest radar scan. Still high winds across Lake Forest and North Chicago. And rotation is definitely weakened at this point. I think this warning will be canceled, but we'll see. Still stay in your safe place, though, just in case. And I would still stay in your safe place, even back down into the severe thunderstorm warning. Again, there is some hail, especially back near Bolingbrook. We have a little hail core developing. And if any hail does fall, it could get wind-driven and could potentially go right into your windows. So you don't want that to happen. And if it happens, don't be that close to windows. Make sure you're staying away from windows, again, on the lowest floor possible. Sorry, I forgot my lid was off to my water bottle. Hailing in Bolingbrook. Thank you for the report. Yeah, there's definitely hail in Bolingbrook. There's a bit of a hail core developing there. If you know what the size is or have an estimate, let me know. No problem, Lauren. Appreciate you becoming a member, by the way. I think you're new. I'll go over the alerts at some point. I've missed so many over the last 3 hours. Where were there confirmed tornadoes? Using the Radar Omega app, you can actually see on here the different tornado reports. So all these red, like, circles with a black triangle, that would represent a tornado report. We had 4 different ones here. We had another one over here. I believe we actually had one in here somewhere, too. Possibly over here. At this point, we've had about 5 confirmed tornadoes, I believe. 5 or 6. So this is, at least at the bare minimum, going to be a tornado outbreak. Because all you need is 6 tornadoes in 12 hours, so this would be considered a tornado outbreak. Mendota had a brief tornado, I believe, so that would go in the books there as a tornado. Thanks, JD. I appreciate your $50 super chat from earlier. Really do. Thank you for your support. Have a great night. Rockford is kind of dying out right now. The storms up there. Rockford itself is not dying out. I'm talking about the storm. Storm up there is dying out. It's definitely weakening. And overall, I think Rockford will be clearing out here pretty soon. And behind this, the temperatures are going to drop substantially. These are the temperatures right now. Or this is about an hour ago. Temperatures in Iowa are in the teens and single digits. That will be coming to the Midwest, by the way, by tomorrow morning. There will be snow in Chicago tomorrow morning. Like, at least some snow flurries. Which is just crazy to think about after there being multiple tornadoes here. At least in the vicinity. Chicago's high temperature today was 72. Tomorrow it will be 29. Crazy to think about. Palatine, Illinois is also starting to get out of these storms now. We're pretty much winding down there as well. Still going to monitor this area down here near Bolingbrook. I wouldn't be surprised if we get some sort of tornadic activity going there. And then back down here into southern Indiana, southern Illinois, Ohio, Michigan, and as well as Kentucky. We will be talking about that here soon. A lot of stuff to talk about there with the nighttime severe weather threat. These storms here are moving east and east-northeast. A few of them are moving directly northeast. This entire cluster here will be going into Michigan, but I do think the severe weather threat in Michigan is going to be a bit more on the marginal to, like, low slight risk. So basically, more of a low to medium threat of severe weather. Alright, let me get to some of these notifications real quick. I have a ton of them. I'm not going to be able to get all of them, but at least get to a few of them while we're in between radar scans. These go back extraordinarily far. Thank you, Brad, from earlier for the $20 super chat. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Thank you, Deborah, for becoming a minimum velocity member. Thank you, Rail, for the $9.99. Thank you, Bruce, for becoming a maximum velocity member. Thank you, Johnny, for the $4.99. I appreciate that. Thank you, Nickel, for the $10 super chat. Thank you, Bruh, for the $1.99. Thank you, Mitchell, for the $4.99. Thank you, Toasterman, for the $4.99. Thank you, Frank, for the minimum velocity member. Thank you, Ya, for the $5 super chat. Thank you, John, for the $5 super chat. Thank you, Stone, for the $4.99. Oh my god, there's so many of these. Thank you, Lauren, for becoming a minimum velocity member. Thank you, John, again, for another $5 super chat. Thank you, Hugo, for the $5 super chat. Thank you, John, again, for another one. Thank you, Fly. Thank you, Alex, for the $4.99. Thank you, Elaine Riley, by the way, for the very generous $20 super chat. I appreciate your support. Thank you. Thank you, Pat, for the $10 super chat. Thank you, Dan, as well, for another generous $10 super chat. And thank you, Jamie, for the $10 super chat. Thank you, Serene, for the $5 super chat. And thank you, Paintball, for the $5 super chat. My parents and sisters are in Batavia, right where it touched down. I'm going to check on them now, but I think they're okay. Thanks for your service. I appreciate that, and I hope they're okay. They did have a tornado in the vicinity, so there's a couple of them, actually. I don't know if they actually are on here. Yeah, there's one here. So there's at least one tornado here, but yeah, we had 1 or 2 tornadoes there near Geneva. So I hope they are okay. And also, thank you, Janice, for the generous $9.99. I appreciate that. Thank you. All right, I got through all those notifications. I do apologize that I didn't get to a lot of them earlier. I missed somebody else from way earlier. Thank you, Dog, for becoming a VIP Velocity member. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. All right, we're now got through most of them. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, there is still a tornado warning for North Chicago. That is going to be including areas in the Lake Forest area as well. But again, this rotation is for the most part weakened out, and I believe that warning will probably be canceled here pretty shortly. Other than that, the main concern here for the next little while will be Chicago, Evanston, Hammond, and Chicago Heights. Damaging winds, perhaps an isolated tornado still a potential as these storms continue to move to the east. Stay weather aware, have multiple ways to receive alerts. The StormNet, interestingly enough, has elevated tornado risks for northern and northwestern Indiana. We'll see how that plays out, but that is something they'll have to watch for as well. So we'll definitely keep a close eye on that area. Is St. Charles safe? Yes, I think it, yeah, St. Charles is good. Yeah, if you're in St. Charles, you are good. Yeah, Connersview is pretty cool. This is downtown Chicago.
Why are you going?
It's quiet there for the time being, but storms are actually moving in there in the next 10 minutes or so.
That is kind of wild, not gonna lie.
That'll be interesting to see how that all evolves. A lot of cars on the roadway there, too. I've never personally been to Chicago, but it's definitely a large city. Thank you, Brits, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. I appreciate all of your generosity tonight. For anybody that's donated, super chatted, become a member. Again, it means the world to me. I really do appreciate your support. Obviously, it takes a lot of effort to do all this sort of stuff. Obviously, there's a lot of things to be talking about during live streams like this, so appreciate everybody bearing with me, obviously, through all those tornado warnings. Still have one ongoing, but I'm pretty sure that's going to be canceled here shortly. That's, again, for North Chicago. Still stay in your safe place until that is officially lifted. Also, thank you, Riley, for the $4.99. And also, thank you to anybody that subscribed to the channel or liked the live stream. I know a lot of you have tonight, and there's way too many names to list off, but I do appreciate your support as well. I was in Chicago 2 weeks ago. There's always a lot of traffic. Sounds like I-4 in Florida. It's the same thing. Once this tornado warning is lifted, we will start to talk more about tonight's severe weather threat. I know I say tonight because we already had one, but there is going to be another threat of severe weather across southern Ohio, southern Indiana, southern Illinois, back into northern Kentucky and Michigan, and northern Indiana, and northwest Ohio. A lot of different areas have a threat of severe weather. It's not done. This is really only about, I would say, 40% of the severe weather that we're going to see tonight. There's still a good 60% to come. We will be talking about that here in probably a couple minutes. Oh, tornado warning just got canceled. All right, we can probably talk about it now. Thank you as well, Pinto, for the $4.99. I appreciate that. Thank you for your generosity. All right, let's talk a bit more about what's coming tonight, because there is still a lot to come for tonight across a large area. Let's go first to the severe weather outlook for tonight. This is the outlook for the rest of the night. We still have an enhanced risk of severe weather in northwest Indiana and northeast Illinois. That is still an ongoing threat. The areas that are behind the line, or this cluster of storms, though, really not nearly as much of a threat. You're pretty much done here. You're back over near South Bend, Portage, almost looks like a heart from Valentine's Day, but you're back near South Bend, back through Portage. Those will be the areas in the threat of severe weather, probably in the next hour or two. Main concern is damaging winds and large hail. But there will still be a chance for an isolated strong tornado all through that area. So if you're in those areas, still be weather aware, have multiple ways to receive alerts, and have a tornado action plan in place just in case you are in those areas. The enhanced risk of severe weather from Dayton, Ohio, and near Columbus, all the way back through Cape Girardeau, that is a completely different threat. We have not even started with the severe weather threat yet, and that is going to start to ramp up over the next couple of hours. The Storm Prediction Center has already mentioned that there is going to be a tornado watch, or at least likely will be, in that area, probably in the next 30 minutes or so, perhaps even earlier. So those areas will be in the track of that here in a few hours. Also a slight risk into Michigan. That's mainly for damaging winds. Let's go to the computer models. Let's take off this overlay and give you an idea of what's happening here tonight. All right, here's the future radar. So this is about 8 o'clock or so. Pretty much right about now. This is what we're talking about around 9. So storms will continue to move through areas in northwest and northern Indiana, back into the Great Lakes like Milwaukee. We will have plenty of storms ongoing from Indianapolis back into St. Louis. These will be the ones to watch for that will start to develop around 9 o'clock or so. By around 10, these storms will start to ramp up more, and any of these storms will have the chance to produce the threat of damaging winds and perhaps even an isolated tornado or two. And if we do have a tornado, it could be strong. We have some stronger veering in the lower levels, and that basically means we have a lot more rotation potential in the lower levels, a bit more wind shear involved. Once we get closer to 10 o'clock, back up near Kalamazoo, that is another area that we'll need to be monitoring for some storms. These will mainly be damaging winds, and these will continue to push to the north and east. Eventually, by about 11 o'clock tonight, those storms are rumbling across southern and western Michigan. Those will eventually go towards Flint, Mount Pleasant, Lansing, and Detroit, and also back near Columbus, and also back west of Bloomington, and even near Cincinnati. 3 different areas that we'll need to be watching for a couple of discrete cells, in addition to some clusters, and all of those will be capable of some threat of severe weather, whether that's damaging winds, large hail, or even a tornado threat. By midnight, storms moving into Detroit, again, mainly damaging winds and hail. Columbus, same thing there. And eventually into the overnight hours, most of these storms will be linear, meaning we're going to be dealing with more of a line of storms. I will show you what that looks like here, right about here. So this is back to 12 o'clock. Eventually, this turns into more of a line of storms overnight tonight. So this is 12 timestamps at the top of your screen. This is by 1 to 2. Notice all those storms move to the east. Most of them are clusters or linear lines of storms, and those will be producing mainly a damaging wind threat. All right, so that's what we're looking at there. New severe thunderstorm warning just issued for Chicago, by the way. And this is for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour and half-dollar sized hail. We might get some sort of tornado threat out of this down the road. We'll have to watch it closely. But new severe thunderstorm warning now for the Chicago area. And the severe thunderstorm warning was just canceled for, or at least expired, for Waukegan and the Evanston area. Still a little bit of rotation near North Chicago, but this is actually kind of crazy to look at. But we got like this crazy hook right here. This is a hook that we have that's developed on radar. It's a large hook. I don't think we're going to get a tornado here. It's very broad rotation, but it's pretty cool to see on radar. All right. Thank you, Attack, for the $5 super chat. Better coverage in the Weather Channel. I appreciate that. Thank you for your generosity. Thank you, Ginger, for the becoming a minimum velocity member. Thank you, Renee, for becoming, or donating, excuse me, $9.99. I appreciate the generosity. And thank you to one other person that became a member. Thank you, BMC, for becoming a member. Appreciate that. Welcome. Cars he driving? I have no clue. I think it's a Honda. I could be wrong. Either that or Toyota. But again, I could be wrong on that. And severe storms right now rolling through Chicago. Be keeping a close eye on the rotation with these as well. If any rotation does end up developing. You have some close range sites here, and there is actually a little bit of rotation back down near Lockport. Not much right now, but it's going to be something to watch as that moves to the east. Let's go back to the live radar here. There we go. So Lockport area, this cluster of storms near Orland Park will be the main area to watch for as these storms continue to move to the east toward Portage and Gary. Those might produce a tornado threat down the road. And again, we're using the Radar Omega weather app in this live stream, by the way. That's what we've been using this entire time. Appreciate them sponsoring today's live stream. You can watch storm chasers on the Radar Omega app, like right here near Hammond and Gary and Chicago Heights. There's 3 of them all in a line here, waiting for this area of storms, because there could be a tornado with those down the road. And again, if you want to download Radar Omega, you can click the top link in the description below. You can download it on iOS and Android. It is the best $8.99 that you'll spend ever on a weather app. It is an all-in-one weather app with computer models, satellite imagery, live radar feed, literally everything that you need to make yourself. I don't know where I was going with that. To make basically everything that you need is in the weather app. So make sure to check it out. Top link in the description below. Again, that's on iOS and Android. We are using Radar Omega. And I know a lot of you in chat have Radar Omega, and I think everybody can vouch for it. It is a fantastic weather app. Been using it for, I think, the last year now. It's awesome. All right. Hail in North Chicago. Thank you for the report. North Chicago is so far north of Chicago. Like, I never realized how far north it was. It's like 32 miles north. It's crazy. Looks like a little bit of small hail near Interstate 94, near the Gurney area. That rotation is now moving offshore. And we now have to watch this other area in northwest parts of Indiana back into eastern Illinois for the next chance for some severe weather. That'll be the next area to watch. We will not know the ratings of tornadoes until tomorrow or the following day. Those usually are not determined until the following day unless the tornado happened like the morning. Since these were nighttime tornadoes, the National Weather Service will survey them tomorrow. But we do have some damage photos on our Twitter page that I retweeted if you want to check them out. It's at Max Velocity WX. Yeah, there's damage over in Anawan, Illinois. That was the first tornado that we covered. That was a stronger tornado at the time when it happened. That was back over in western Illinois. That was a tornado that we did have some confirmed damage with in that area. A lot of damage, unfortunately. And prayers to anybody that was in the track of these tonight. There was, again, about 5 or 6 different tornadoes at this point that have been confirmed. There are probably going to be more overnight tonight with the other 10% hatch tornado risk that we have further down to the south. And so we'll kind of see how that evolves. And obviously back up here in northeast Illinois, it's been very hectic, to say the least. We still have some storms ongoing. We have a confirmation of an 82-mile-per-hour wind gust in Palatine. So earlier we were talking about that microburst possibility. We most likely had a microburst here in Palatine. An 82-mile-per-hour wind gust at 7:49 p.m. That was about 30 minutes ago. That's pretty crazy. That is crazy to say the least. Storm Prediction Center nailed it. Yeah, this is a pretty good forecast. There's so much uncertainty, too, with the severe weather setup. A very large amount of uncertainty with this entire severe weather event up until now. And there still is, actually. One of the other things that is still quite uncertain, at least in my mind, is if, like, this tornado threat will actually evolve or not down here in, like, southern Illinois. Now, the storms are supposed to fire off closer to 9 to 10, for the record. They're not going to fire off, like, now. But about an hour or two, they'll start to fire off. This is an area that I have a lot less confidence of there being some sort of tornado outbreak. I was a bit more confident in this area comparatively to southern Indiana, southern Ohio, southern Illinois, and northern Kentucky. So we will see if that plays out tonight, but it's more of an overnight threat, not really something that's imminent in those areas. How's it going, Tracy? Welcome back. Connor is driving through. It looks like some heavy rain right now in Chicago. Thanks, Kayla. Friendly reminder, by the way, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. It's free to do. It's the red button down below. Click the bell icon as well so you're notified with the latest videos and live streams. If you want to support the page above and beyond, you can donate to us. There's donation links in the description, Venmo, all that sort of stuff. And you can also become a member for as little as $2.99 a month. It's the join button down below. Again, props to Connor Croft. He's been driving through this entire thing. He's at the bottom right of your screen, but he's been storm chasing with us here for a few months now, and he's definitely gone through some situations. This is another one of those. He saw a tornado earlier. We were live, and we saw a brief tornado near the Mendota area, but he drove through this entire Chicago area. It's been pretty crazy. Make sure to check him out. How's it going, Exploration? Welcome back. Joliet is not going to see hail unless you're on the east side. The hail is pretty much moved through at this point. Yeah, looks like more of a wind threat right now near Orland Park and Tinley Park as all these storms continue to roll to the east. A little storm now off the coast there near Michigan City as well. That was a wild hour in Illinois. I would say it was a wild 3 hours. It was so busy for 3 hours. Like, I'll be honest, like, that entire time, I've never had this happen before on a live stream, but we had approximately, I don't know the exact number here, but we had approximately 50, maybe 55 different donations and super chats and stuff over that 3 hour period, and I barely responded to any of them. It was that busy. Like, it was just, and even questions in chat, like, I only answered maybe a dozen over that entire 3 hours. It was just, there were so many things happening. Tornado warnings were crazy. I mean, we had a bunch of them, so pretty active. The hail is no joke. Maximum hailstone size that we've had so far today that's been confirmed is about golf ball, I believe. We've had multiple reports of golf ball sized hail. Most recent was actually just west of Chicago, near the Darien area in Illinois. Thanks, Joe, for the $2 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you. How's everybody liking the play button, by the way, in the background? Does it look good there? Been there the entire live stream, but does it look good in the background like that? Is the YouTube play button that we got back on Sunday. I had a few people, I saw a couple people mention it earlier, but I think it looks pretty good there. Subtle flex. It's pretty much a flex. It's crazy, man. It's really crazy. We've been doing YouTube live streams in particular. We've been doing for about our 2-year anniversary will be in April. So we've been doing it for about 2 years, and it's crazy how much we've grown over the last 2 years. It really is. I mean, we peaked in this live stream at like 8,000 views. It's mind-boggling that we even reached that many people. You know, 2 years ago we were reaching like 2 people. So I really appreciate all you guys, and I love doing it. I really do. I've never done this for the money. I just enjoy doing live streams and videos. I literally just love doing it. Small hail in Chicago. Thank you for the report. Yeah, there is definitely some hail up here. A lot of this pink that we're seeing in here from Chicago back into Oaklawn, this is all going to be small hail. Nothing really large in that area there. It's mostly just small, probably pea-sized hail, maybe half-inch hail if you're unlucky. Thank you, 2 yards as well for the $1.99. I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm glad, Sarah. Thank you. When's the watch going to be issued for Indiana? If you're talking about Southern Indiana, I would probably guess in like, it would probably be within the hour, but more than likely, let's look right now at the radar. Got a couple of showers kind of squirting up here. My guess is probably in about 45 minutes. Maybe sooner, though. They issued the mesoscale discussion not long ago, so they might issue it a bit early since it's a 10% hatched area, but we will see. My guess is within the hour, though. They'll probably issue that. Wow. This is from Morgan Brady in downtown Chicago. This is a really cool view of the storms that are moving through right now. Wow. See the storms moving in there. That is a really cool view. Wow. Wind and rain have hit downtown Chicago. That's a really cool view. That's awesome, Tracy. I appreciate you supporting us for almost a year now. It's crazy. It's crazy. There's some people that are near 2 years now. The 2-year membership icon is like a hurricane symbol. Nobody has that yet, I don't think. Somebody will be close here pretty soon. Northwest Indiana. I don't think we're going to see any crazy tornadic action here. I mean, the probabilities are a bit higher. If something gets going in here, we might get a tornado, but I'm not overly confident that this area is going to produce that much in terms of a tornado threat. There'll probably be at least an isolated tornado, but I just don't foresee there being some sort of like significant out of nowhere like situation what we just had in Illinois where there was 5 tornado warnings at the same time. There might be 1 or 2 up here in Northwest Indiana, but I think more than that would be a little bit of a stretch, in my opinion. So that's at least what I'm thinking at this point on this particular event. You know, Barbara said something in chat about don't be on a toilet during a thunderstorm. And it's actually not really something that happens like ever. It's a very rare thing, but lightning can actually strike your toilet. It's a very weird thing. I don't exactly remember what the process is behind that, but it is an actual thing. Like, I've seen it before. Like, a toilet literally blows up and is like black pieces everywhere because it literally gets burnt. It's really weird. It happened in Oklahoma, I believe, almost about 2 years ago in 2022. Lightning struck a toilet and it like blew up. It's a very weird thing. I mean, showers make a little bit more sense, but I mean, toilet is just a new level. That's why Max wouldn't go pee earlier. No, that's for a completely different reason. Thank you, Tracy, for the $10 super chat. I've been a member for 11 months, and I'll get my pink tornado soon. That's really exciting. I appreciate your generosity, and yeah, again, not meant. And I don't know how many members now have that badge. I'll check here. We have about 125 members or so. And we currently have, wow, we actually have a lot of members. We have about 30 or 40 that are above 12 months. Sandy, our original member, our OG member from 24 months ago. So this was 2 years ago. He officially has the Hurricane badge. It's crazy. By the way, if you have any questions, feel free to leave those in the chat. I'll be answering some of those here. Thank you, by the way, for everybody subscribing. I appreciate it. Check out the cell west of Fort Wayne, Indiana. Yeah, this is actually a new development here. The storm actually quickly blew up here. That's right now moving to the east-northeast. Possibly some small hail. I wouldn't be too concerned about this, but it will pose at least some sort of low threat of severe weather. Thank you, Florida Skyview, for becoming a 6-month minimum velocity member. I am wearing my 100,000 subscriber hat. Guess what? I have it too. 100K subscriber hat. It actually looks pretty good. But I love it. I've been wearing it. I think we sold, this was a limited edition. This is only out for a week. We have our regular logo hat. This is all embroidered, by the way, so it's really high quality. It's at shopmaxvelocity.net, but this was a limited edition, like, product. We sold, I believe, 15, so there's only 15 in existence. The link's in chat if you are curious about a regular logo hat. Here's the latest radar scan. So again, Fort Wayne, I would still be mindful of this storm. Small hail, perhaps a little bit of damaging wind potential down the road, but not an imminent tornado threat by any means. It's definitely just a newbie storm, just developing now. Should have bought one. Yeah, it was out for about a week. I think I had it out for 9 days. But the logo hats are still out. So if you want to get one of those will be out, obviously, pretty much forever. But the logo hats, I mean, they're really high quality too. Thank you, Ghostface, for becoming a minimum velocity member. I appreciate that. Thank you. Do a secret release for 1 hour. I would, but I don't want to. I would do it, but I just don't feel like doing that. I had it out for like 7 days, and then I extended it 2 days because I didn't make a couple videos for a weekend or something like that, so. Thank you to Ghostface for becoming a minimum velocity member. I appreciate that. Welcome. Thank you. Will Bellevue, Michigan be okay? Let's see where that is. That is Illinois. Yeah, you'll be fine. I mean, the main concern there is just damaging winds, maybe some isolated large hail. Again, I would not be panicking. Just have multiple ways to receive alerts tonight. Have a tornado action plan in place just in case. And that's what you should be doing. That's the main thing. No reason to be panicking, no reason to be scared, nothing like that. New mesoscale discussion. A severe thunderstorm watch is likely for lower Michigan and northern Indiana. Damaging winds and hail are the main threats. That sounds about right. I haven't looked, but I'll check. So downstream, severe thunderstorm watch is expected at this point for that area. 80% chance that there will be a severe thunderstorm watch for northern Indiana, southwest Michigan. There is an increasing severe weather threat, but the main concern will be damaging winds and large hail. That tornado risk should remain quite low. So that area in particular, I wouldn't be too concerned about at this point. Bruins, Gavin. Boston Bruins. Thanks, Scott. Appreciate it. Glad you've been finding the stream informative and appreciate the support. All right, here's the latest radar scan in northeast Illinois. Again, still ongoing severe thunderstorm warnings, or really just one quarter-sized tail, 60-mile-per-hour winds possible. Not really much rotation left on this storm. This will continue to shift to the east, going towards Gary, Portage, and the Murrayville area. And we're still going to be watching for some development down here across areas from Indianapolis back into St. Louis, Louisville, Cincinnati, Dayton, all those areas in the potential for severe weather tonight. As I mentioned before, I probably will not be live all the way through this severe weather event since it's just going to be so late at night. It's supposed to start in about an hour or so and go from there, and I am not able to stay up that late tonight, but that'll be mainly a damaging wind threat with, again, some isolated large hail and also a few tornadoes, a couple of those being strong. We'll still be live here for a little bit longer, though, for sure. Storm right now near Fort Wayne starting to intensify just a little bit. Again, main concern right now will be some gusty winds and small hail. No imminent tornado threat right now at that. But that is continuing to roll to the east. Thank you, Jesse, for becoming a minimum velocity member as well. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Welcome to the Velocities. We have 10 new members tonight. I think that's actually a record. Or at least close to a record for most members in a stream. Caitlin, you're good. Don't worry about it. No reason to apologize. Trust me. There's a lot of people with storm anxiety. You're not the only one. Thank you, Killjoy, for becoming a moderate velocity member. I appreciate that. Welcome. It's 11 new members tonight. The tornado watch will probably at least be canceled for this area here relatively soon. But if this area will still stay intact for the next 84 minutes. The tornado watch doesn't expire until 10 o'clock Central Time. So areas like Portage, back near Chicago, all those areas will probably at least stay in that tornado watch for now. Thanks, Storm. Oh, thank you, Leilani, by the way, for Venmoing $5. I appreciate that. Sorry, I missed that. I don't really check my phone very often. No problem. Appreciate your generosity. By the way, we do have a Venmo. It's in the description if anybody was wondering. Kind of forgot I had it until tonight. Thanks, Kay. Appreciate it. Welcome back, Killjoy. Where is the hail at? The only hail that we have right now ongoing that's like at least larger than quarter size would be right in here near Orland Park and the Tinley Park area. There's also a couple other pockets over here. These are all relatively small hailstones, so most of any hail in there will be less than like half an inch in diameter. But this right here would more than likely be closer to quarter-sized hail or so, maybe half-dollar-sized hail. That's near Orland Park, going toward Tinley Park, eventually going toward Harvey and Hammond. Thank you, Amanda, for the $2 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you. Southern Ontario is okay, Icy. You're not really in the track of this. I mean, if you see any severe weather, small hail, gusty winds possible, but that would be, again, kind of a long shot anyway. Where is Connor at the moment? I don't know. Let's look. He is in Gary, Indiana. Oh, wow, he actually got really far down to the south. Jeez.
I'd be a little worried if I were him.
He is flying. I didn't realize how far south he was. I honestly thought he was
actually might stop in like
closer to Chicago still. I didn't realize he got out of Chicago so fast. Because Gary is all the way back into northwest Indiana. That is fast. Oops. Yeah, we still have a hail core near Orland Park that's moving east, but again, most of this activity, heavy rain, some small hail, gusty winds, and possibly a little bit of large hail near Orland Park. It's all moving to the east. Is Taylor, Michigan getting a hit with anything? I will check. No problem, Allie. And thank you, by the way, again, everybody that has subscribe to the channel, like the stream. If you've super chatted, donated, anything like that tonight as well, I really do appreciate you guys a lot. I've said it a few times, but I know a lot of you are in and out, and we had a lot of donations earlier, and I didn't really get to any of them, so if you did earlier donate or become a member, I really do appreciate it. For Taylor, Michigan, anywhere in the Detroit area, the main concern will be isolated damaging winds, possibly some isolated large hail, but again, I'm not really that concerned about any sort of tornado threat. There could be an isolated tornado, but it's going to be a very isolated sort of concern. Thank you, Sean, as well, for the $5 Venmo. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Thank you, Badir, for the $4.99. Lyman in Louisville, Kentucky. We are all hands on deck, expecting tornadoes. Start my hour in about an hour and 20 minutes. Well, I appreciate you being on the front lines, and I hope there aren't any tornadoes tonight. I hope it's an easy night, but you never know. With that sort of severe weather setup down there to the south, it's a little bit different than this one up here. We had a lot more elevated storms initially, then they became tornadic, and these ones down here, it's going to be an interesting setup. We'll see kind of how those storms evolve, and I at least expect maybe an isolated tornado or two across those areas. But stay safe out there. Thank you, Joe, for the $2 super chat. What's going to happen in Michigan? Michigan, the storms that we're watching for is really what we have right now. All this storm activity will move into Michigan, going toward Kalamazoo, Lansing, southern Michigan, western Michigan. These will be primarily producing damaging winds. There will be some isolated large hail. There will be plenty of lightning. I don't anticipate much of a tornado risk, but there will at least be some sort of low-end threat for an isolated tornado. So just make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts still and have a tornado action plan in place just in case. Timing really at this point will be between about 9:30 to about 1 a.m. or so for those areas. Thank you, Link, for becoming a minimum velocity member. I appreciate that. Welcome to the Velocities. Thank you, Jody, for the $5 super chat as well. I appreciate your generosity. Thank you. Yeah, there was a mesoscale discussion for the southern tornado threat. I don't think there's a new one anymore. Or there's not like a new one, but there was one about 45 minutes ago or so. Adam, I really can't tell. I would have to see some sort of like video motion of that. I'm talking about the Twitter message. I can't tell if that's a tornado. I would really need to see some sort of motion on that. It's kind of hard to tell behind trees. If you have any sort of video, let me know and I can look. We got some hail falling. This is from Geet Funky on Twitter. Got some hail falling. Some smaller hail in Illinois. That was in Downers Grove, Indiana. Wow, there's some people that are mentioning me on Twitter. Another one is David Carey. Some of you guys got some great views in Chicago. Some higher up floors on some of these like apartment buildings or condos or whatever they are. It's kind of crazy. Really good view whenever there's storms nearby. Thank you, Pedro, as well, for the $1.99. I appreciate that. And also, thank you, Jaden, for the $2 super chats. Holland, Michigan. Holland is mainly going to be a damaging wind threat, especially since you're near the coastline here. Again, I'm not expecting much of a tornado threat. And then tomorrow morning, you get to deal with some snowfall. Congratulations. Do you want to build a snowman? Because you might have a chance to do that tomorrow. Flying trampolines and building snowmen in the same 12-hour period, it's entirely possible in a location near you in western Michigan. Thank you, Sydney, for the $1.99. Why watch near Woodridge until 10? The watch just hasn't been condensed. You are... I'm guessing you're done. Let me look where Woodridge is. Yeah, you're done. If you're anywhere behind this area of storms, you're done with severe weather. They just haven't condensed the watch yet. There's so many things happening, and so the National Weather Service is a little bit behind on condensing it, but it's kind of to be a given. There's so much weather activity happening, so there has been at least for the last couple hours. Yeah, you're done if you're behind the storms. Thank you, Lauren, for the $1.99, excuse me. Is any tornadoes happening in Muncie, Indiana? Let me look. And also, thank you, Siren, for the $1.99. Dayton, Ohio. I'll look at that in a second. Dayton, Ohio, again, there is a tornado threat tonight. It's going to be overnight. I mean, the threat begins around 10 to 11, and it'll go until about 1 or 2. It's not a really large time frame. It's about like 3 or 4 hours. With that being said, still be mindful, have a tornado action plan in place. But Muncie, Indiana, you're really not in that much of a position for tornadoes. There's at least still a low-end threat for an isolated tornado. So still have a tornado action plan in place just in case. But Dayton is definitely a little bit more concerning there. They're going to be more in that line of those clusters of storms that'll develop later. Thank you, Shane, for the $2 super chat. Is the Kenosha, Wisconsin area in the clear? Most likely. Yeah, you're pretty much done. You just have a little bit of rain coming through right now. Yeah, you're done. Rain, and that's about it. Thank you, Dean, for the $1 Venmo. Am I still safe? I don't have a basement. I'm not sure exactly where you are. If you're anywhere west of Chicago, you're done. Joliet, west of there, you're done. So basically anywhere west of this line. That would be, I'm guessing you're somewhere there. If you're anywhere west of the storms, you're done with severe weather tonight. The only severe storm that we have ongoing right now is this one. Until any, more come down the road. Northeast Ohio probably will not see much, to be honest with you. I'd be surprised if really get a whole lot of severe weather there. I don't know. What's the risk there? Isn't it like a... I think it might be a slight risk, but I'd be surprised if really anything happened there. It's actually a slight risk up until Cleveland. Yeah, I'm not really expecting much. I think isolated damaging winds would really be the main concern for your area. All right, let's take off the severe weather outlook. They actually have a Radar Omega now has power outages on here. And so we can check out how many power outages there are. There's 10,000 power outages right now in Illinois out of about just a little over 5.5 million that are tracked. Pretty cool. This is the main area with power outages, actually. Couple of, that's the main county. There's probably more, but that's the one that's showing up on here. Severe thunderstorm watch has just been issued for Michigan and northern Indiana, by the way. That is the latest. And by the way, we've been using Radar Omega throughout this entire live stream. That's the weather app that we've been using for literally everything. Has the radar computer models that you can look at, has satellite imagery, has all sorts of different tools that you can use all on the left side of your screen there. You can customize all of this stuff. You can check out Radar Omega and download it on your iOS or Android device with the top link in the description below. It's only $8.99. I say only because it has so many features. It is so worth it. Make sure to check it out. Top link in the description below on iOS and Android. And again, I do appreciate Radar Omega for sponsoring today's live stream. Make sure to give some hearts in the chat for Radar Omega. I really appreciate them sponsoring today's live stream. But again, new severe thunderstorm watch for those in southern and central parts of Michigan and northern Indiana. And this also includes northwest Ohio. This is for South Bend, the Kalamazoo area, all those areas included in that new severe thunderstorm watch. This severe thunderstorm watch that was just issued goes until 5 a.m. Eastern time. That is going to be a long time. That's the latest on that warning. Or watch, excuse me. Appreciate you tuning in, Jordan. Have a great rest of your night. 3 hours. Wow. Oh yeah, there is a storm moving through Fort Wayne right now. It's not severe, but we do have a small storm moving through Fort Wayne. It's more of an elevated storm, maybe some small hail, but just lightning. Not really anything out of the ordinary. Just an ordinary thunderstorm. Still have a little bit of hail and wind right now moving through Hammond. It's about to cross into northern Indiana. Again, I do think the severe weather threat here is going to be little bit lower as those storms continue to move to the east. And then again, our next development area will be in southern Illinois, southern Indiana, southwest Ohio. I mentioned it before, but I'm not really as confident in the severe weather threat down there as I was in the northern Illinois area. I think there's more uncertainty there whether, storms will really get to their maximum potential. But again, we'll kind of see what happens tonight. More of a tornado risk, obviously, and also damaging winds. Thanks, Drew. I appreciate it. There's a ground stop at Chicago O'Hare Airport. I'm guessing if it's still happening, I'm guessing it's probably going to be lifted here soon. Most of the storms are moving out. Thank you, Yoshi, for the $5 super chat. Is DuPage County in the clear for tornadoes? DuPage County. Yes, you're good. Yeah, you're clear. It hasn't updated on here either. I mean, it hasn't updated in general. Just the National or the Storm Prediction Center hasn't condensed it yet. Report as of 7:15 p.m. in Batavia, Illinois. A mobile office trailer within a construction site in a parking lot flipped on its side. Shopping cart corrals also blown around. Sounds about right for that sort of storm. Severe thunderstorm watch is updating on here, but again, includes much of central, southern, and western parts of Michigan, and as well as northern Indiana and northwest Ohio. Winter weather advisory is also in effect, believe it or not, for western Michigan, which is also going to be getting some severe storms tonight. So you're going to see some snow and severe weather all within 12 hours. Very exciting times. The first tornado that happened was back near the, where was it? It was Atkinson and Anawan, Illinois. That was our first confirmed tornado tonight. Hudson, Michigan. Thank you, Jaden, for the $2 super chat. Let me see. Hudson, again, anywhere basically there in the Hudson area near, what was that, Grand Rapids? Yeah, Grand Rapids, anywhere in that vicinity. The main concern, again, will be damaging winds and perhaps some isolated large hail. Good to hear. It's good to hear. It's been amazing. Some areas have had a beautiful night. It's been very warm for many areas, but no, the storm did not flip an entire parking lot. No, it's definitely. I don't think that's not what I said, right? No, a mobile home on a parking lot flipped over, or a mobile office trailer. Sorry, flipped over on a parking lot. Yeah, an entire parking lot flipped over. I would. That'd be kind of crazy. Thank you, Joey, for the $5 Venmo. I appreciate your generosity. Thank you, Joey. I'm glad I could help you. Sorry, I saw that late. Detroit will be mainly a damaging wind threat. You'll see storms probably overnight tonight. It'll be a little while. Might be another 2 to 3 hours until you see anything. Have a good night, Dylan. Appreciate you tuning in. Here's the full severe thunderstorm watch. It is now just updated on here. Southport, Indiana. Any idea when I can go to bed tonight? Thank you for the $1.99 super chat. South Point. I mean, you can go to bed. You're really not in a position where you're really imminent for storms. Just make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts. If there are any storms, it's probably going to be between about 10 to 1 tonight. Just have multiple ways to receive alerts. It's been hot in the DFW area. Yeah, Dallas and Fort Worth, they've been hot. Yesterday was like 94 degrees. It's crazy. We actually talked about that in yesterday's video. Hey, Yoshi, for the $5 super chat. Didn't realize Frozen 3 took place in the Midwest. Yeah, it pretty much has. Frozen 3, we're going from severe weather to snow tomorrow. How exciting is that? Yeah, if you're wondering about the bottom right of the screen, that's Connor Croft, Storm Chaser. This is a live feed. He is in Lake Station, Indiana now.
miles.
not like he's not in Chicago anymore. He was.
When we get off.
He's not in any severe storm right now. He's just driving. He's basically repositioning. What's with the clock? What clock are we talking about? Talking about the one at the top left? That's in Central Time. It's the main area we've been covering. Alright. Check out Twitter again. Here's the latest update on the storm, by the way, near Hammond. This is near Harvey. Not really any rotation on this right now, but again, this storm's producing some half-dollar sized tail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. We actually have a little hook trying to develop there near Interstate 80. So we'll have to watch that closely as it moves to the east. But for the most part, this is mostly producing a lot of lightning, a little bit of hail as well, just north of Interstate 80. That'll be heading toward Gary, Indiana here over the next several minutes. So that'll continue to do that, and also some damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. Have a good night, games. Appreciate you tuning in. My clock is 15 seconds slow. Let's see. New severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, for Southwest Michigan. So there's about a 6-second delay. I don't know what the exact delay is, but there's about a 6-second delay on YouTube live streams. So just an FYI, for any live stream on YouTube, there is going to be a small delay, and this is no exception. I can't really control the delay. It's about 6 seconds on here, maybe 5 seconds, but realize on television stations, their delay is like 7 or 8 seconds. It's actually a little bit longer in some cases. So, but mine right now is about 6 seconds, I believe. So just an FYI, for all YouTube live streams, almost any live stream that has a delay, some delays are like 4 seconds, some are 20 seconds, just depends. But mine's almost always under 10 seconds. There's really very minimal delay. 8 seconds? Yeah, it's about 6 to 8 seconds. I think earlier it was like 4 seconds, but maybe not. I don't know. I didn't really do math earlier. Any clue about that next storm system? I will probably have a video on that tomorrow. So stay tuned for that. I'll probably have a video on that tomorrow, talking about that next large storm in the Great Plains. There really has not, I mean, there was a lot of consistency initially with that storm from the European model and the GFS, but that consistency kind of went out the door. And now it's a lot more uncertain about what's going to happen next week. So there hasn't really been any improvement on the computer models. I honestly, I couldn't tell you what's going to happen yet, because it just, the uncertainty really grew on that pretty quickly. But I'll have a video on that tomorrow, most likely. If not, I'll have one on Thursday. Oh, good night, Andrew. And that's actually going to do it for me as well for this live stream today. We've been live for a little over 4 hours. Again, the main thing we're going to go live for was the Midwest severe weather. The next severe weather event, again, will be impacting areas in Michigan with some isolated damaging winds and hail. That hatched tornado risk back down from Missouri back into Ohio and Kentucky, that is mostly going to start around 10 probably and go to about 1. I am unfortunately not able to be live until that long. So unfortunately, I cannot be live through that, but yeah, again, I wish I could, but I'm not able to. But yeah, that's going to do it for today's live stream. I do appreciate everybody tuning in. Make sure to subscribe to the channel if you're new here. It's the red button down below. Click the bell icon down below as well so you're notified if and when we do go live next, and also for our latest videos. Make sure to click the bell icon down below. We're actually only about 200 subscribers from 108,000, so make sure to subscribe to the channel. Also, thank you, Jaden, for becoming a Minimum Velocity member. I appreciate that a lot. If you did become a member today, if you super chatted, if you donated, anything like that, losing my voice. If you did anything like that, I really do appreciate your support and generosity. If you Venmoed as well, we had multiple Venmos tonight. I appreciate you guys as well. And also, if you did something as simple as liking today's live stream or subscribing, I appreciate you guys a lot as well. That's going to do it for tonight's live stream. I should have another video tomorrow, so again, make sure to click the bell icon down below so you're notified when that video comes out. That'll be on the next large storm, which will be impacting the United States early next week, and that will also bring some severe weather, possibly even again to the Midwest. So we'll have that out probably tomorrow. That's at least the plan for now. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Have a great, safe rest of your night. Stay safe. Have multiple ways to receive alerts. Have a tornado action plan in place, just in case you are under a tornado warning tonight. And have a great night. We'll see you guys all again in